What's up, guys? Um, is it working? Can you hear me? Hello? 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 Oh, I know. So I like rerouted everything through voice meter for my audio. So I don't hear anything when I turn my computer on for the first time of the day. I also didn't check to see if things were working because I figured I could just have you guys do it for me. All right. So yeah, I for those of you who, well, I mean all of you don't know this, but I went and played offline today and or yesterday and the day before that, and I basically like grinded up to like diamond, barely diamond again, and then dropped, and then back to diamond, then dropped, back to diamond. We're kind of low because yesterday I lost like 3 games in a row, which is literally 300 rank, which dropped me from like the very top of plat 1 to plat 3, which is, you know, actually impossible. Yeah, I don't know. There's some I was told of somebody who hit rank 1, or not rank 1, the fuck, who hit new type soloing like an Exia player. I don't know them. I can't really verify, but like if you're not like a DPS player or something like that, it's probably not possible. But you know, well, we'll see. We will see. Woo! Yeah. How the hell do I share my stream? So yeah, I mean, we're gonna try, right? It'll be a thing, of course. Whatever. Gundam Evolution is a unique game. Got from 80 points from Diamond to Gold 1, have been bouncing in and out. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. How many points is it from Diamond to Gold 1? Not that many, right? Like what, like 5 losses if you're losing 100? I literally have been losing 100. I lost I don't know like peak loss, but we're in matchmaking right now. Oh yes, very cool. Well, look, man, appreciate that, but if I queue into you guys, I'm just gonna leave the game because I can't be fucked to wait. So like I'm just gonna leave the game and you guys are gonna have to sit in queue for another 15 minutes. So I don't know, you know. My frames are so low though. For those of you who aren't in my Discord, you should join because I say things in there sometimes. Why dodge? It's practice. It's not practice. Not practice. Not practice at all. you just lose. Because I'm always going to have, I can't communicate with my teammates. The 6 stack can communicate. Like it's not practiced. Where do you go to join my Discord? Into the description. The description has a link to my Discord. But anyway, I posted the Nyandums. At a certain point, it gets to communication and picks. No longer practice makes perfect thing anymore. Yeah, exactly how that goes. And it's honestly not a very high bar. These sort of games are so communication heavy that the 6 stack doesn't need to be very good to beat players that are better than them. 6 stack players can be good, right? They can, like, you know, anyone can go cube into a group of 6, but you can also get hella boosted. You just beat people because you're able to like actually communicate with them, and because other people can't. Communication, willingness to communicate. I do not speak that language, Mr. Snever. Dodge mirror. Bandai are so strange, you hate them for many reasons. I think it's just the Japanese company mentality, to be honest. Or they're just kind of like, oh, well, we've been popping off doing our stuff for so long. Why does it matter what we do? You know? And they kind of just do whatever the fuck they want. You know? And because they have like very... Like this, right? Like with Pokemon, except for Scarlet and Violet, and I guess by extensions Legends of Arceus, which was just a tech test for Scarlet and Violet, they don't ever innovate. They haven't innovated for like 15 years. Like the original, basically, like Generation 1 was obviously extremely innovative. 2 was an expansion of 1, and just everything was better. To be honest, they made like flat upgrades. And then 3 was also an improvement, like a big improvement, but after that it kind of stopped. Like 4 also had some improvements, but then it wasn't like anything innovative. And every time you'd like, they started making it so every time you would instead of just like straight up just improving, they would make it so like you'd trade something, you know? Like for example, instead of just like improving and having like all these new things and then they keep old stuff, they just drop something old, you know? On the game, good luck. Oh, thanks. But like they basically traded, for example, like the contests in Ruby and Sapphire. They traded that for whatever else they added in Gen 4, like adding stuff to the balls and stuff like that. Just the point is, like, instead of just keeping things, they just drop something. So they didn't ever actually have to improve, you know? They just get some new mechanic and they trade an old one for it. And so each game had like a unique flair without having to actually like be objectively better, you know? What was my favorite one? Probably like Ruby and Sapphire, to be honest. Slash Emerald. Thought the contests were kind of spare. I mean, yeah, they were. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, that's not the best example of things. But like in Gen 3, you also had like dive, you know. Up less. You know, you had dive and things like that. There's always something that like they used that they lost because they have such a good IP. That's the difference, right? Pokemon has such an amazing IP from just like a fan love perspective and stuff like that they don't actually need to innovate because no one will ever beat them ever. Digimon's Bandai, and you know how they are, right? With advertising stuff like that. No matter what Pokemon, no matter what like monster hunting game comes out, people are always gonna be like, oh, it's a Pokemon clone, you know? So they don't ever need to innovate ever. And so then what that means is that they don't actually have to get better, right? They don't have to get better, and so they can just be mediocre and people will still like it. Now, like I said, the whole Scarlet and Violet is good. That is good, but that should have been done like 15, that should have been done 10 years ago, man. Like, come on. Kidding me? Like, when did the 3DS come out at least? When did 3DS release date? 3DS release in March 2011. So 11 years ago, minimum, it should have been an open world Pokemon game. Bandai has so many anime IP now, they won't go all out on something like this. Look at their Dragon Ball games, they keep pumping it out. Yeah, they don't need to because they make enough money. And see, that is the Japanese mentality. It's like the Japanese mentality is not an innovative one. They don't have like this sort of like they don't have like a sort of like, okay, let's just grind, let's change things, let's make things go even better. Don't do that. It's just like more like, if it works, good. Why are you trying to stress about it too much? You know? So knows the door. So yeah, and that's just how that goes. And it's the same thing with Bandai. They have these really popular things. You know? Have these popular IP and they don't need to push them. They don't need to push them. Because they'll have enough people playing it regardless. You know? Wow. Alright. Dominic. Matchmaking in this game is so cool. Somebody suggested on my video separating duo or like separating the queues into like a duo stack and then like a duo, like a solo duo, and then something else, like full stacks basically. And I was like, I understand the concept of what you're saying, but this game would be so dead if they did that. Ugh. You can't, the player base is so low, you can't split it right now. Nor do you really need to. All you need to do is make it so you can only duo at high rank. Even people who 6 stack agree with that concept, to be honest. Like, whatever. Like I said, there's so many things that are fucked up with this game, I don't really care anymore about stacking or whatever. You end up getting Mahiro as your second unit since you like playing Junkrat. You could really use a mag size or fire rate buff. Yeah, it's pretty garbage, I'm not gonna lie with you. Like, that's why I tried to kind of like, I kind of tried to say that in my should you main guide. I was like, look, it sucks, it's trash, but if you really like these kind of characters, then have fun, you know? Look, guys, don't ever push past this point. I just get killed by a like a minor ability. But yeah, pushing past this point, you basically just like give up like all of your competitive advantage, all your advantageous positioning, and you're just like, yeah, man, let's just fucking brawl them on equal terms when there's literally like a, which it's like it's okay to do that on occasion, but you have to understand like if you're not, why did that thing stun me and slow me? If you're not like, you know, using it to like buy yourself some more time or something like that, it doesn't really do anything for you. Like when I was playing Overwatch, there'd be times where you could hold really aggressively up in positions, like all the way forward on Temple of Anubis and stuff like that. But it wouldn't get you anything unless, or like, but that would actually get you something because you could get an additional fight. Like you could stuff them really early in chokes and stuff like that, and then if they kept going into you, they would oftentimes just like end up getting you end up getting like a whole extra fight. Like you could just constantly stuff them and waste time and waste time and waste time, and then once they got through one choke, all right, that's a good way to start, I guess. Oh well, it's the crappiest game mode in this whole game. We could still win this, to be honest. I don't know if we want to be using our melee Zaku like that though. Ooh, we planting A? Okay. Great video, thanks dude. I think Marsai's good. Yeah, Marsai's good. Not as nearly as good as any other things, but like it's not nearly as good as like Exia is or like Gym Sniper on a good Gym Sniper map and stuff like that, but it's good still. Definitely the best tanky option right now. Dude, I am so tired of that shit. Like, what in the fuck do they want me to do about that stuff, man? Played Overwatch 2 today. Did you like it? Oh, fuck, he actually used it. But I'm not gonna be able to. I might be able to. I don't love how you can't see the fucking, you literally can't see the fucking, thing. Because of this stupid opacity. Or its lack thereof. I think Overwatch 2 is bad. It's just the same 6-year-old game. I would say it's worse than the same 6-year-old game, but yeah, more or less. Oh, we're even. The fact that like the waypoint causes you to spawn elsewhere is really weird when you think about how that relates to like being able to swap. Like I want to be able to swap there, but I can't. Would I recommend this game currently? It's free, so just give it a try yourself is what I would kind of say. Just understand that there's a lot of weirdness to it. A lot of weirdness to it. Nuclear has a 12-foot wide hitbox. Yeah, I mean, it do, which I don't mind. It's not that. I guess it's powerful, but it's not like broken or anything. It's actually one of the better designed ultimates in the game. Because the other ultimates you can't avoid, like you just get punched in the face and you're dead. This ultimate, you can actually like defend yourself against it. So, no complaints, to be honest. I read you like a book, my friend. You expect that weirdness to be addressed? I sure hope so. You don't really ever know with any of these companies, though. I mean, Overwatch 2 didn't address their weirdness for years. Actually, sorry, they didn't ever address their weirdness. They just kept making rules so that the weirdness became a little bit less weird. Okay, something about Jim makes frames drop a lot. I saw somebody mention it, but it literally does. Oh, that's juicy. Okay. Thanks for the res, homie. Okay. Anybody. Oh, yes, let's go. Get him. Get him. Oh, no. They changed the balance based on the network test, so you're hopeful. Like, they kind of actually made the balance worse somehow, so that was impressive. Yeah, well, but I'm also like I literally had frame drops just looking at the gym. There wasn't even any fire up. Like, yeah, I do think the fire is really laggy, but it also just feels like it itself just causes lag. Like, and I even saw someone say that on like one of the subreddit or whatever. It could be wrong, and that could have been like, you know, them just talking about fire or stuff like that, and talking to their buddies and being like, hey, I feel like it lags, bro. The amount of times that I like have something laggy, or it's like the amount of time that like, oh no, I forgot what I was saying. To be honest. Secret class benefit. I would love a game that was actually like a hero shooter like this, but it was legitimately class based, like fantasy RPG class based. What kind of unit do I want to see added next? I just want something popular. I just want people to come play the game because of that. I have a very one-sided, one-track sort of mind. And to me, like, there's a lot of things I personally would like, but I'm not gonna trade my personal enjoyment for the overall success of the game. That's more important to me at the moment. They could honestly never add another tank character to this game that I would want to play, and I would be happy as long as the game was successful. Chivalry and For Honor wants to chat. Different, like, kind of, but different. But if you played Overwatch and Paladins, you might as well try it. The game is not so miserable from like a raw gameplay perspective that I wouldn't recommend playing or something like that. It's like 80% of the time you try to pick melee Zaku at the start of the game, it crashes. Weird. That sucks. You paid for that character too. Like, the stuff I was talking about is like, I don't know. Like, I do want to make a game of my own in the future. Like I said, I would only ever do it if I was like legitimately like an omega massive streamer where I could just make the game how I want it to be and have hundreds of millions of dollars to make it with. I ain't gonna be like trying to like, you know, make some like indie game, you know. That would not be the point of this. But I have like a full set of ideas for it and stuff like that. And originally I was kind of thinking about making like a game that would be like that kind of concept where it's like literally like you took a traditional class to like one healer, or you know, one healer, tank, damage dealer, and turned it into like a, like literally put like the Overwatch slash Gundam Evolution gameplay to it. I thought that would be really, really, really cool. Okay, guys. Can't do that twice. Honestly, we're just playing for a draw at this point. Okay. You can make a game now and see where it goes. No, I don't. I would not want to make it. Well, one, I don't have the capability to make an indie. I don't have the capability to make a game. I do not have any sort of training. I'm not a CS individual or something like that. Even if I was, I'm not going to make an indie game ever, because the scope that which I would want to make it at, I would not be able to make it. Just resources based. And if I'm going to do something, I want to go all the way on it. So, and to me, like, the only value at which I'd want to make a game, I would have to be like, have a lot of resources and a lot of individual control. So playing for a draw, boys. Yeah, it's basically just like, if I can't go all the way with it, I don't want to do it. Yeah, and the thing about Fall Guys and Among Us, like, I wouldn't say lots. I would say you just only hear about the ones that are popular. The thing about Fall Guys and Among Us, they're both very low resource. Are you fucking kidding me, man? Oh, whatever. Anyway, Fall Guys and Among Us are both like very low resource, like, I don't know, very limited amount of money required to make sort of things. That's just not what I want to make. Yeah, rip my ult for real, man, because apparently, I don't know, the game doesn't like me. I just want more good Gundam games. I'm much happier with a proper Gundam game again, not some generic hero shooter. Honestly, you're fucked. If you want a good Gundam game, you will probably never get it. This is your best bet, I would say. And that's saying something. Don't worry, boys, I got this. Oh wait, he's gonna let me do it. That Sazabi was gonna let me do it, man. I'll be right back, guys. Give me a second.
Select the suit you wish to pilot.
Basically, what I'm saying is, like, if I was to, like, there's no way I would ever go to, like, there's no way I would ever go to Bobby Kotick or fucking Blizzard or whatever. Hell no. Because I know that would just be turned into a monetized shit fest. I would do what Dr. Disrespect is doing, minus the NFTs.
They've discovered my position.
Oh, look, JDX. You don't understand the level of stuff I'm talking about. I'm talking about making the best game that's ever existed. I'm talking about taking a game, making the world of Skyrim, right, with all the complexity of Skyrim, all the shit that went into Skyrim, and then turning that into a, like, shared world RPG, or not RPG, MMO type experience. dude, whatever. And then taking that and applying an Overwatch style PvP mode that then lets you take all of the resources you get from the RPG versions from the Skyrim complexity MMO thing and using them within that competitive mode with like damage numbers and stuff being scaled down to being fair and even.
Enemy unit destroyed.
The OG Destiny goal? Yeah, pretty much. And that's why I was so excited for that game. But Destiny's dog.
From the rear.
What is Project Zomboid? I've never heard about that. I mean, it might be okay now. I don't know. I have not played it. But it, like, the original Destiny compared to what it is nothing near what it was supposed to be. I was, like, permanently tracking that every single day. I was, like, researching stuff about that. When I was a young little lad. Ooh, wow. There was so much counterplay there. Or piece by piece. It would take me 100 years to do that by myself. I would have to learn the skills of like every sort of job you can have. Get out of my way, bro. My gosh, I'm not trying to kill you. Or Sazabi can still win this if he just waits. Sazabi, shoot him! Sazabi, you have one job, bro. Oh, come on, get him. Is there anyone else here? Imagine if we had an additional player on our team. Time to go plant A.
10 seconds remaining. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round complete.
Think I'm being a downer? No. The game you envision is almost never the game you get in the game. Never the game you get in the end. I mean, yeah. Has to be expected. Things are always going to change.
Select the suit you wish to pilot.
When I was first thinking about the idea, I wanted it to be like a literal, like, fantasy RPG put in Overwatch mechanics, basically. Looks like the time change. You're not able to watch as much. Yeah, rough. That is how it goes with live streams. No matter what time you pick, some people are gonna get screwed. What you can do about that, fortunately.
Keep going.
Understood. Ready to proceed.
Destiny was the game that never was in a money pit for what it is. Yeah. Was super strong sustain? No. The fuck? I'm not stupid. But I understand, or I appreciate that you understand what the problem with Overwatch was, actually. Most people don't. They just think it was shields and tanks. And so shields and tanks get fucked over for supports being too busted. Wonder if the original MMO that Overwatch was planned to be something similar. Maybe. I'm pretty sure Overwatch 2's PvE mode is basically going to be whatever they'd been planning to do. That's what I think it's more or less going to be. You were tank playing Overwatch? Yeah. You're stupid, just like me.
Has begun their assault.
Like, if you play tanks in any games, unfortunately, just understand that you're always gonna get fucked. You are gonna be the least populated role, always, forever, and that's just how that fucking goes. And because you're the least populated, no one gives a shit about you. And they're never gonna, like, turn it into, like, I don't know, like a fucking social justice push to, like, support tank players or some shit, because you're not a protected class and there's no like motivation to protect you or anything like that, you know. It's not like the real world where even though there's people who are not the majority of people get like special protections. It is a fake world in which nobody actually gives a shit about you, and there's no like motivation to give a shit about you. Flex support is just an incredibly broken role in Overwatch. Support's actually ruined Overwatch. Yes, it did. And I'm not going to blame support players because they were originally getting kind of screwed having to play against Tracer and Dive as a whole. But yeah, support as a role did ruin the game. And they did the same thing with Overwatch 2. They had the opportunity to like nerf down support. Well, they had the opportunity to nerf down support for a really long time. But they never did and they never will. Why are we trying to defuse there, bro? Like we could have just won there. Like that was our one opportunity. Hey Dunmere, will every new Gundam season have a new mobile suit? My friend believes that every new season Overwatch 2 will have a new hero, but that's not the case, is it? They've said at least one new character for this game every season.
Mission complete. We've been defeated.
Mission failed.
For Overwatch 2, I think they're going every other, if I remember correctly. Maybe it is every season. I don't know. Minus 100 elo? Yeah. Dude. Fuck. Your biggest gripe on Overwatch was how strong the supports were. That and the shield wall / bubbles everywhere. Well, look. Why were the shield walls there? They were there.
This is a point capture.
If you put up shields, you can deal with those shields by jumping past them. Dive beats double shield, or should anyway. Dive is supposed to beat double shield, and the supports aren't supposed to be able to sustain against a dive. And shoot, 2 shields don't do anything at all. You lose. Oh man, whatever. Anyway, sorry. You dive past the supports, and double shield can't do anything about you jumping on top of supports. They don't do anything to Winston damage. They don't do anything to Diva damage. They don't do anything to anything, right? So you just kill the supports, and then the tanks die. So unless you're playing on a very spam-oriented map like Havana or something like that, dive beats spam. Except when you make it so the supports are so strong that they can't be killed by the dive. And so then when the supports can't be killed by the dive, and so you can't play dive into spam, well, this double shield spam still naturally beats brawl, right? You know, run on top of people composition where you surround them and you kill them as spam. That's what you do to brawl, and they die naturally. That's how it's supposed to work. It's a rock paper scissors type thing. But since the dive can't be the spam, you can only play spam, and so that's why I double shield for like a year and a half. But instead, people just cry about the shields and blame tanks. So yeah, just how that fucking goes. And honestly, it's having like multiple game ripple effects. I hate Overwatch for that so much. Everything that Overwatch did poorly has multiple game ripple effects. We're not going to get like a genuinely good version of like Overwatch, like Overwatch should be. We're not going to get another game like that. Because other games are scared of that sort of stuff, and so they're like, oh no, like shield, we don't want shield, we don't want to be Overwatch. Which is part of the problem why tanks are so bad in this game. You play Overwatch and you get fucked over, and then you swap to a different game and you still get fucked over because of what Overwatch did. Then you play a game where you have to sit and spawn for 5 seconds every time you swap a character. That's unfortunately how this shit goes. It's kind of a shit world we live in, guys. I don't know if you guys have noticed. a shit world, and there's a lot of dumb people and a lot of dumb people in control of things. Like, I'm telling you, the world we live in is enormously inefficient. There's no way that, like, your average person even really knows how to make something. Like, even people who are, like, designing companies and games and stuff like that, they're so stupid. Now, some of them aren't stupid. And if you've ever seen, like, a company or something like that, for example, let's take a look at Bandai, right? Or, you know, let's not take a look at Bandai because, whatever. Let's take a look at, like we're going back to Nintendo, right? Nintendo does some there's some stuff that you look at it and you're like, bro, this is stupid. Like with Pokemon Unite, for example. Pokemon Unite could have been like the massive MOBA. It could have been insanely big. But it's not. And it's a meme. It's a meme game. You know? The esports scene is a meme. Everything about it is a meme. And it didn't have to be like that. But why is it? Not because the people there are stupid, but because the goal they had is not the goal you think they had. Kind of like any sort of like social goal, any sort of little thing like that. Ooh, that was not what I wanted to do. You look at it and you're like, oh, why aren't, like, you know, why is this not being successful? It is being successful. It's just not, they don't have the same goal as you. They don't have the same goal that you think they have. So they're succeeding in their goal. It's just not the goal you think it was. But they'll lie to you and tell you other things. You think Western game developers could produce a better Gundam game than what's out? Not really about Western versus Eastern. It's just about innovative versus non-innovative. The incentivized versus the non-incentivized. Bandai is not particularly incentivized to make a good game. Because making a good game is going to take more resources. It's going to take risk. It's going to take them having to, like, actually step outside of the box. You know? When they can just half-ass it and get money. Like, if you think this game isn't popping the fuck off in Japan, There's problems everywhere. Holy shit, bro. Get the fuck away from me. Are there any known names on the dev team for Gundam Evolution? I don't know. I don't know what you consider a known name. This game is good? What's your opinion? Unfortunately, the better an IP is, the worse chance the game is of being good. Like, why do you guys think video game or like television show video games are always dog crap? It's because they're riding on the success of the game already. You know, they don't need to be successful because they're going to make enough money without. So there's no pressure to be like good. Why do I gotta be such a doomer? I'm being realistic. I'm being realistic. Can't call me a doomer when it's been happening for years and years and years. Like, look, I'm not saying it can't become better and successful. I'm just saying the likelihood of it occurring is poor for just things in general. For this game, there's still some stuff to be seen. When is the best time to use ultimate? I made a video on that if you want an in-depth guide, but basically when you have the ability to turn a fight. So for me right now, the best time to use it is when I can hit like a core group with this. With my ultimate. Because if I don't, like, basically you just need to be like able to secure a fight with it. Like right now that we're already down one, even if I get a good kill off of this, we're not going to get enough value out of it because our team's just going to stagger. or our team's not gonna be able to like get a nice team fight push. There's just nowhere we could fucking go, man. This is such a bad designed fucking portion of this map. Like, honestly, it's pretty damn bad. Like that. You know, doing that lets me secure a fight win. I ever played Evolve a long time ago, yeah. That game was doomed to fail from the start. That game is just like one of those, like one of these, dude, for fuck's sake, someone's gonna touch the fucking point. I'm shocked that I missed that. I'm also shocked that they made it so like, you know, let's just add that on top of everything with the Hyper Hammer. Hyper Hammer, it literally pushes you, bro. Why am I getting pushed by it? It pushed me out in the open. You speak often about having a lot of writing in this game, but you speak almost exclusively negatively about it. Perhaps you should weave in more positivity. I don't really, whatever I do doesn't matter. Also, I'm not gonna be fake positive about things when it doesn't deserve it. The one positive thing about this game, like the one fundamentally positive thing about this game, is that they understand some of the sustain issue stuff. Like if they don't buff the sustain in this game, then it will be at a point where you can actually kill things. You think it was good people to say the microtransactions in day one DLC? Well, let's just talk about it like this, right?
Select the suit you wish to pilot.
People, there's a lot more people hate about this game than that. If the game was really, really good, people wouldn't care about the microtransactions that much. But if we're looking at the characters, right? Pale Rider's well designed. Gundam is bad design. Daku's ult's busted. Barbatos is bad. Sazabi's just broken in a bad way. Metis is fine. Gym Sniper is inherently broken. Ashimura is too strong. And ult is busted inherently. Dawn Trooper's ult's busted inherently. Renegade Gundam is stupid, and then his ult is busted inherently. Gun Tank is a weird little character that barely exists. Jim's fine, except it can shoot through its shield, and that's busted. Marasai is annoying to play against. No one likes playing against it. It's busted. Xe is inherently busted. Mahiro's trash. Sakumele's ult's busted, and it's imbalanced properly.
Mission confirmed.
Unicorn Gundam is a potential run down towards the Overwatch nothing dies thing. Game seems simple to fix. The balance, yeah. The balance stuff like that is fine. Like that can be fixed easily. I'm gonna make a set of videos talking about like all the balance changes they need to make, and if they just make them, then the game would be perfectly fine from that perspective. But if they don't, and they don't do something similar, then it's gonna be kind of rough. Like if they make it so the game kind of stays in the same vein, it's gonna be a little bit rough. Like people who play tanks are gonna get very frustrated playing this game, and when you don't have tanks playing this game, it's gonna be even more of just like a weird Call of Duty shooter game. But support players are gonna get effed because there's nothing for them to heal, and when there's nothing for them to heal, they're not gonna be like a viable choice, and so then you're gonna be throwing by playing that character, and people aren't gonna like that, you know. Kind of itchy. Get away from me. Would you rather have busted, powerful things in the game or super weak Overwatch gameplay? Overwatch isn't super weak. Overwatch's ults are balanced. Most of them. Overwatch's problem is it sustains too high, so you can't kill anything. And no matter how much you raise the damage, it doesn't change anything. It just turns the game into a attack shooter. Like, because you have tanks, it's basically like this, right? If you play a game with just damage characters, the time to kill doesn't really matter that much, right? It just makes the game have a certain feel. Like, either you have a slow time to kill, like Halo did, like OG Halo kind of stuff, or you have like a really short time to kill, like Call of Duty, and that's fine. It's just a perspective. It's just a balance-based perspective kind of thing. I really don't like the situation I'm in. Right? Because there's no tanks and there's no healers, you don't need to have this like proper balance between the two of them. But because you do... Fuck, I got targeted. Damn. Didn't know what to do, but whatever. We're probably fine. You don't need to sort of balance. But the higher the damage goes, the quicker tanks get bursted down. Bye, guys.
We've been defeated.
Was that a reflex ult? No, I just... If I was able to not take a bunch of damage right at that millisecond, I could have killed one or two of them. I could have traded more, and then they wouldn't have been able to push us that hard. I should have held it, but it wouldn't have mattered. We would have lost anyway. Ooh, 72. Would faster respawn help? Fuck no. The respawns need to be lower in this game, to be honest. Things are too fast as is. It's pretty bad. I think they should just undo the Sazabi nerfs. Yeah, there's no reason for them to be nerfing Sazabi. The devs are nerfing like this game is Overwatch. But they're not even. They're doing the same exact thing. They're doing the same exact thing that they did in Overwatch 1, where they nerfed tanks instead of nerfing damage and support, or nerfing support. They're like, oh no, there's too much support, or things won't die. Well, it must be these mean old tanks. Let's nerf the mean old tanks so that we can get these damage players playing again. Yeah, we'll buff the damage characters. So. Like on any of the secret MVP animations? I might have. I kind of forget. Yeah, but like this stuff can all be fixed, right? Like they can change all the characters and make them fine. It's all doable. It's all like literally just like a change, you know, a snap of the fingers change for the dev team if they understand the fundamental flaw. Right, that's all changeable. But the maps are not, and they're fucking horrible. Like, it's embarrassing how bad they are. To be completely honest, yeah. That's some choice words for how bad they are. It's like you literally took every flaw of like bad maps in Overwatch, and then you combined them into one on like every map. Like any single map that was in Overwatch, that was in this game, if it was in Overwatch 2 or Overwatch, people would have hated it. Like it would be the map. Like people hated like Lunar Horizon Colony or High Horizon Lunar Colony in Overwatch, and they hated Paris. Every single map is worse than those. Every single map has worse chokes if you just abuse them. This map has two really brutal, two very brutal chokes. That in like a 6v6 pro game, like literally like, if I was legitimately having to make a, like if I was designing like a tournament or something like that, and I had to like literally like make design choices or something like that for what to let in the game for the tournament, I would ban this map. I would ban this map, and then I would ban destruction as a whole. to be completely honest with you. But look at this. This is like literally the worst choke in the world, man. Like, if you just have snipers play back here, and whatever walks up in here, you shoot in the face, and then you have your other set of people play on the left side, the enemy has to walk through this choke. So you can hold this choke right here, and if they walk through here, you just crap on them. But if someone goes to the right side, which bad sniper players don't do, dude, stop attacking them so much. Bad sniper players don't do, then they like you just literally stuff them in this choke forever, and it's literally miserable, and the game's trash. That's why you have to rotate out here, right? Which should force us out of this spot. But if you just back up, they have to walk through the choke, and there's nothing in the game that's tanky enough to let them go like dive and take care of an angle or something like that, like you can do in Overwatch. Where tanks are actually just like, tanks are weak, but their designs aren't bad. Dude, what are you doing, man? That was ambitious in a, shit. That was ambitious in a very bad way. Yeah, like honestly, if they literally remove that rock, it would still be a crap portion of the map, because then it would just be a sniper fest. But now it's just like a literally like, how it's just a miserable choke. And then this choke obviously is just horrible. Like, whose fucking idea? Warhaven? I've heard a little bit about it, but 16v16 seems a little scuffed to me. But then again, when I was evaluating the whole concept of 16 versus 16, I was going purely off of like finding a game I could try and go pro in. But now that my bar keeps getting lowered because, you know, I need actually being able to fucking make a living in general first, just before I can want to try and go pro too much. What is my opinion on the melee meta where Barb, Xe, and Zaku M are borderline required?
3 minutes remaining.
I don't think they're borderline required. I think they're just really strong, and they fundamentally deny things. Xe is of course broken.
The enemy has captured
Need more flight units? No, you should not fucking have the chokes in the first place. Like literally, they butchered this game. Like Overwatch is a way more sophisticated game. Overwatch 2, but Overwatch 1 original was a much more sophisticated game than this. And so you get that sophistication by accepting the reality that like sophistication causes issues with like there being more community or like coordination requirements, right? So you go, okay, we're gonna have sophistication of having these like 3 tank, or like of having these tanks and having these supports, and we accept that it's gonna cost us like people having to coordinate, you know. But in this game they're like, okay, well let's make the tanks get more damage mobility, give the supports mobility to try and like bypass some of that. But then they go and try and do like, but like I said, like you lose the complexity, because then it becomes like a graduated version of like Call of Duty essentially. It's like Call of Duty and Overwatch had a baby, but instead of getting like the individual team play, like you can actually carry your games of Call of Duty and some of the interesting class stuff of Overwatch, you basically just got like the negatives of Overwatch's the negatives of Overwatch having to coordinate or having to like swap characters because you hard countered with like granted some of the good coordination based stuff of Overwatch, or like some of the ability to kill of Call of Duty, but then minus that because it's not even just like a raw fair thing. It's really like you just get shit on every now and then. Like you basically just get shit on because your character gets out charactered, or you get out abilitied, or you get ulted, and so you don't even have like this raw like I just walk up and I have an even matchup with whoever I play against of Call of Duty. You know, that's a problem. They need to rotate some things around, then it'll fix, and it'll be the opposite way. then it'll have like as much coordination and stuff you can get of like a hero shooter, but like you'll still have like this I can kill things. Damn, bro, I'm too weak. I can win this. I get this though. Like there was no counterplay for them, right? What are they supposed to do about that? Cyber should just hit me in the head. LOL. You know, like. Oops. I stopped looking at the screen when I was charging at him. If they had turn A, they can stop my ult. True. Which means they have to swap their character, right? So we're still playing in terms of hard, but we don't have the coordination, we don't have the complexity, but we still have to play for this stupid, like, I have to swap characters. Like, look, man, if you're gonna do that, at least make the game like very intricate and coordinated. You know? Like, at least give us the good parts. At least let us feel good when we like use our brain power to figure out what it counters to something, kind of thing. Yeah, stun if Xeon Rage? That's not true. You can still be stunned. Oh, why did I change Zaku Melee's ult? I think I would change the range of it, and then I would change the ability to push people around, and then I think it'd lower the time a little bit. We're fucked right now. Holy shit. This is very bad. Oh my gosh. The game could benefit from additional coordination. No, I don't think it would. Like, that's one of Overwatch's biggest flaws. The aggressive pinging is enough? No, not in the fucking slightest. You need to put people in comms. There's so many things I could say. I could deadlift so many games just by communicating, but I can't communicate with people. Like telling people when to, like, people obviously aren't going to listen, but some people will, you know, and telling people like when to look for ults, when to kite, when to back up, when to play slow, all that kind of stuff. I can't do any of that. You lower the time by half? No, it's still not fun because you still just get shit on randomly and you can't counter it. You have to think in terms of fun, man. They traded the coordination for fun, so you have to lean into that. Because it's not fun to get hard countered in Overwatch. You know? It is very much so not fun to get hard countered in Overwatch. Like, when I used to play Winston in Overwatch, I used to go one-trick Winston in like whatever rank, and I had a one-trick account. And I wouldn't be in comms. I would just one-trick, and I would carry games with mechanics. And it was literally, I wasn't playing to like big brain people. I was literally just playing to carry with my mechanics. Most people don't even know you can hit P to open the voice chat panel. True, they don't. Ever thought of making a general guide to interpreting ping? Guide, for example, we can see everyone's ult charge via tabs once that community agrees that mentioning your ult means you plan to use it.
Ready to proceed. Mission accepted.
I mean, yeah, there's lots of ideas and stuff like that. It's just, I don't know. I'm currently very, very decentivized to make any sort of good gameplay or some good content. Like, yeah. Every single video I make, the views just get lower and lower over time. And when I make videos that are actually like good informational stuff, it's not giving me a base enough value that I could just be like, all right, whatever, fine. Some are like big view videos, some are just good content videos. Kind of sucks. I originally thought it was just kind of my content getting a little bit stale, but or like uninspired and stale and stuff like that, and I was just looking at like the actual values of stuff, and no, it's just everyone. The amount of views I get is like directly proportional to the amount of people using the subreddit right now. With a little bit of minor variation, but yeah. You're surprised Pale Rider was so low as ult takes most game sense to use? No. Ult does not take most game sense to use. It's literally just as gameplay, you just click on heads. You go on a flank and you click on heads. It's not that complicated. Like enemies over there, alright, you walk around the corner, toss your heal pad, ult, and then start fragging them. It's not any different from his regular gameplay. Zaku Melee's ult takes better usage because you actually have to like make sure you're dodging some ults and stuff like that. To be completely honest with you, I know that sounds weird, but it literally does. It just gets huge value regardless, but it does take better brain power and game knowledge to use it properly. You watch all my videos, you find them genuinely helpful and interesting. Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Like, and I know people do, and that's why, like, when people do say stuff like that, I'm like glad, you know, that I'm helping people and stuff like that. But like the whole, just in general, you know, it's just because of them not advertising the game yet or whatever, and also because I have no idea what they're doing with the game. I wish I'd been told or something like that. I would kill for them to tell me, because look, man, if they're like, oh, hey, yeah, totally, we rushed the game, we know, like, trust me, trust us, we know. I wouldn't really, like, be too salty. I'd be like, you know, okay. Like, all right, I understand you guys have a lot to deal with. You were rushing for Overwatch 2. You guys are going to fix it? Okay. And I would honestly stop being salty about the game. I would still criticize it, but the criticism wouldn't be as relevant because it's like, oh, it's going to fix. Keep playing with Dunmere's? Well, if it's spelled like my name is exactly, then it's me, because you can't spell the same as someone else. So like the capitalization, like there's no capitalization difference either. Obviously they rushed the game to try and snag the Overwatch crowd. Yeah, I think they did. I think they obviously at some point kind of realized that it wasn't going to work, and they're just like, oh, okay, well, just get the game out. We already paid for like people do sponsorship or something like that. You don't know anything about FPSs, but you love Gundam, and my vids help you get better. Nice. I mean, I'm glad about that kind of stuff. Like, don't get me wrong, guys. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'll be back. Hope I at least made some cash on the 1 million views over the past few weeks. Do you guys want me to tell you exactly how much money I made? I will tell you exactly how much money I made, because why not? It ain't. Well, yeah, we'll take a look at it, right? All right, so content or analytics, yeah, analytics. Your estimated revenue. So since September 21st, which is about when things actually started bumping up, I have made $2,501.52. And I've put in approximately, I've worked about at least 12 hours every single day, minimum. I'm underestimating here, 12 hours a day. 12 hours a day, where's my calculator? So 12 hours a day times, and we're let's like 28 days or whatever, 28 days, 336. So we have 2,500 divided by 336. Make about 750 an hour. I am working way more than 40 hours a week. Well, but my sub base was the same as yours when it's hard for me to read the I's and the U's. Your sub base was the same as mine when I found you, and now that's what, 4 times? Yeah, but subs don't really like. Subs matter a lot, and like that's the number I look at the most and get happy or sad based on how much it's going up. Which like every sub counts. I really do watch like every sub. I know I shouldn't be doing that, but there are so many big content creators with like 40, 25k subscribers, and they pull like 300 views a video. As long as I am passionate, it can be worth it. Passion don't pay the bills, to be honest. Grinding. Look, guys, like I'm not saying I'm quitting or anything. I'm just laying out the cards, man. You type the username Tyler1 in anticipation that it would be it'd be a funny thing to have, and the game isn't big, so it doesn't matter. Yeah. Streaming on Twitch is more viable for trying to sustain yourself. I'm pretty sure I get about 25 average views on Twitch, so
This is a destruction mission.
not for me, it wouldn't be. When I was doing the sponsor streams, I was getting like 40 views on Twitch. That's some Japanese titles. Nah. They won't watch. They can auto-translate it if they want to anyway. I'm not at the Japanese skill level to make subtitles. Stumbled upon my vids on a whim, and so far I liked every critique video. Well, I appreciate that. The title, not the subtitle. Oh, I see what you're saying. Try, I guess, but dude, I did not pick this character. I don't think it's gonna do anything. I'm pretty sure there's already a lot of Japanese content creators covering Gundam Evolution. Wait, tell me what happened, man. Last time I saw you, you were diamond. Oh, I lost like 5 games. I lost like 5 games, so now we're really low. It's just how it goes. And it's gonna take me like 10 to grind up. Any plans on getting more people to help with videos in the future? I mean, I'm always open to people wanting to help. It's just basically what happens is I can't really pay people. And at absolute most, I could just offer them the ad revenue from the video that they make for me or something like that. And so then they become unincentivized very quickly, and then they stop doing it. Here's what happens. Basically, you kind of got to realize, like, people don't really do anything that's not for money in life. They don't do anything that's not for like a direct benefit, and there's nothing I can really offer other than money, or I can't offer anything. Yeah, I outsmarted you, bro. I aim badly when I'm talking. Sucks that 1 loss is equal to 2 wins. Yeah, I wish they would just bring back the system from the network test, to be honest. It was better. Like, it's just funny. Literally, the network test was a better game, man. Even though Barbatos was crazy busted, it was literally a better game. Not really sure what to tell you guys about that. more subs in general means more views if the people who sub to you like what you're doing. Like, for example, are they seriously fucking planting on us? Yikes, this is actually kind of bad. Imagine right now, I swapped over to making, I don't know, Pokemon Unite videos, right? How many of you guys are actually gonna watch them? It's kind of a bad example because one, you guys are like the more hardcore of the viewers, the ones who are like staying because you like me more than other stuff usually. Because basically there's different types of viewers, right? And it's inevitable and it's how it goes. You have viewers who watch you for you, right? Who are literally just like, they're like, wow, I think you're a super cool dude. I like talking to you. I like listening to you talk about shit, right? Or whatever, or they think you're good or something like that. Dude, the movement on this thing is fucking nuts. And oh my gosh. Thanks, Intrinsic. I really appreciate that. 20 bucks, damn. Well, thanks again. I really, really, really appreciate any sort of giftings or non-giftings too. I appreciate you guys. So as much as I whine about things, I want you guys to know I'm not like, okay, I'm gonna whine about that right there. But as much as I whine about things, it's not because I don't appreciate you guys. It's just because you get slapped around by the system of them not advertising stuff like that. Thanks again, Intrinsic. I do appreciate it a lot. Videos help you a lot in this game. I also think you're a great creator. Thank you. I really do appreciate that stuff. And like, yeah, honestly, like the more you get people being losers and trying to be toxic and stuff like that, which doesn't really affect me because I just kind of ignore them and laugh at them. The more you appreciate the people who actually are positive and stuff like that. Thanks again, though. I really, 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 really appreciate any sort of support, whether it just be hanging out in the stream or subbing or whatever, watching the videos. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Intrinsic. I appreciate it, bro. But since I'm not focused, I'm getting hooked. Oh, no. Somebody already made a Mythbusters about Turning Gundam. We need to hold them further up. This is a bad spot that we're in. Now we're in the open. This is bad. Damn, I barely turned the corner. Oh my gosh. Gregory Coleman with the $10. Thank you. Thanks so much. It's a grind, but you hope I keep it up. Yeah, I will. Why are they planting above us? Like, at this point, it's not, I'm not incentivized to, well, I am being incentivized to quit, but, there's not anything I'm gonna gain right now from just stopping. It's not like there's really anything for me to, like, you know, change into or something like that. Thanks again. Thanks so much. I'll try not to lose this game. If we're about to. Dude, oh my. Okay. Thanks again. Appreciate it. We're about to lose though. Damn. Yeah, we lose this one for sure. Why are tanks just walking targets? Feel really bad for them. Just easy targets to CC and burst down. Yeah, they are. They are. Tanks suck in this game. Tanks are trash for sure. Cosme needs an eject feature. What do you mean eject feature? What exactly do you have envisioned for this concept? I'm curious. Sazabi just needs stuns to not go through his shield. True. And Sazabi really needs
First launch is green.
to not be able to shoot through its shield also.
You're doing
Like I said, that sort of stuff is fixable, and I do like.
Ready to proceed.
I'm gonna make a video. I think it's like gonna be in like a set of three or four videos. 3 or 4 videos of me talking about like what needs to happen in the October 27th patch. Yeah, and none of the big streamers play anymore. Where the patch notes announced. Those should announce on the website, on the news channel. They're announcing it in 3 days or whatever on the 21st. Oh my gosh, Nick. Thanks, man. I know you want more main tanks, but are there any mobile suits that you'd be excited to see in the game? Like I said, I want to see the popular ones. Heavy arms would be cool to have in the game.
preparations complete. Pilots, begin your assault.
Got a pretty cool design, and I think you could definitely pull some interesting, unique gameplay off of that. Thanks so much, man. You guys are going crazy today. I'm getting absolutely rolled. Pain. Thanks again, Nick. Appreciate it. There was a weird little pop-up on my screen, I think.
Select the suit you wish to pilot.
Morty, I would recommend going to the subreddit and clicking on the top link. The top link for the Discord that I made. And there will be you will find people there who will be willing to play with you. If you just post and like ask for someone to play, usually there's okay. Usually there's at least a couple people who are like, "Oh yeah, I'll play with you." As soon as the big streamers stop playing Overwatch 2, will cool off. Yeah, it will, but it'll always be pretty big. It's not going to drop down like substantially.
Fight for control of the target area.
To be honest, it'll be big. It just won't be like
Fight for control of the target area.
It won't be anywhere. It won't be what it is right now, right? It's just like when you had like people not playing the game. Like they're not updating the game for years, and there was still like an average of like ooh, get away from me. There was still an average of like, I don't know, 15k, probably 20k viewers, and then they finally updated the game again. Doesn't matter how bad the game is, they will have a lot of people playing it. Like Overwatch 2 is like cocaine basically. Like yeah, some people get hooked to cocaine when the game first dropped, and then now that they're addicted, they can't ever quit, and they're just chasing the old fix that got them into it in the first place. But it's never going to come back to them because the game's so different, especially if they're like a tank player. Wait, guys, shoot them! No, I worked so hard to get that planted. What do you mean, bro? Get him. What do I have to do? How many times do I have to plant this thing? Like a lot of games have that problem. They end up changing a lot from what they originally were. But Overwatch is about as bad as you can get with that sort of stuff. I ended up with this game. Yeah, I'm also distracted though, with getting all your guys' generous gifts and just trying to check chat. You definitely play better off stream, to be completely honest, if you guys hadn't known that. Like streamers who literally don't ever look at chat, like yeah, they more or less play the same, but if you actually check chat, it's obviously taking, you know, brain power resources.
Here it comes.
Rip. Played Overwatch 2 after not playing Overwatch 1 for like 4 years. This first week was fun, but it's like Let's walk past people, not kill sports, then getting shouted at for not healing. Yeah, I mean, but you gotta understand, like, individuals are individuals. There's always gonna be losers. There's always gonna be people throwing. There's always gonna be bad players. That's in every single game. If you're playing ranked in Discord or whatever, you need to have like a buddy who's also trying to grind and get games, get wins. If you're just vibing with friends or something, you're not gonna play that well. Dude, my hooks. People complain about Marisai hooking people through things that they shouldn't. It more often than not, it doesn't. More often than not, it just bugs out and decides to not do anything for you. Alright, now that I baited him down, time to go top. So I think people playing Overwatch 2 would make them a lot better at this game, in ways. Just because people don't really appreciate how to... They don't have a lot of appreciation for micro movement and stuff like that. Because in this game you have so much movement that you kind of just butcher it and misposition a lot. And you won't be punished too hard for it. But just any sort of like micro position you have, like using walls, extra walls, and stuff like that. Like just barely like peeking like this instead of like walking out and then dashing back. Will give you a lot of value. This game mode is interesting. Not saying much, but you prefer Paladins over Overwatch? I never played Paladins. Not like I'd start now or anything. Do I like Marsai as a hit scan Exia counter? Or do I think he should have a chunkier fire? I'd love for it to have a chunkier fire. That'd be cool. I think Roadhog is cool. Roadhog's poorly designed, just like Marsai is though. One shots are not fun. And things that are not fun damage games. So
Mission confirmed. Exiting launch bay.
Are you ready? We're dropping you back in now.
I'm mission ready. Awaiting orders.
like yeah. It's just like this character punishes you for having fine positioning. Like, let's just say you're a tank, like you're a Sazabi or whatever, or like I don't know, whatever, and you're playing on this corner over here, or the enemy's playing on this corner, or whatever they are, and they pull around the corner, they start firing a little bit, you know, not doing anything too crazy. And if I'm just here and I go like that, I will just, sometimes I'll get people, sometimes I won't, but you know, it's just like I'm fishing, right? Like I'm sitting here and I'm just like, oh, let's see if we get someone. Oh, yay, we do. Let's go, right? And it's very frustrating. People, because they're not feeding. It's not like they're just running out in the wild and then get bursted down, right? So
Select the suit you wish to pilot.
that's kind of like my complaint with that sort of stuff, and people really don't like it. People hate Roadhog. Granted, Roadhog having like a shotgun in addition to everything counters extra things in the game. So along with just like countering everything in the game, countering like Winston really hard makes the game feel kind of bad for Winston players, right? For example, was that guy feeding? No, not really, but he's dead now, so. Granted, he was kind of low HP, so I guess he was kind of feeding, but he would have died if he hadn't had low HP regardless. Nice try, kid.
They've discovered my position.
There's too many wall sides in this game too. It's one of my more minor complaints, because like it'd be one of my big complaints if the game had a lot of other issues, but
Select the suit you wish to pilot.
yeah.
These enemies don't die.
Overwatch's problem was intentionally putting hard counters and swapping as a core gameplay. Yeah, they didn't think that one very deep. They did not think that one through very much. You can't make hard counters. They're not fun. They're really like, don't get me wrong, they're very good from like a they're very good from like a high tier gameplay sort of. Wow, guys, English is difficult. From a very high tier coordinated gameplay perspective, yes, they're excellent because they are like complexity and stuff like that. But it's just as soon as you put it into any sort of practice, immediately that all goes down. You know. That's pretty juicy. You know. And yeah, it's exactly how it works. Like even in high tier ranks, like even if you have like a bunch of 4,500 players playing ranked together, it's not coordinated. Like they'll calm a little bit. You have like one person calming in Overwatch and other people listening. So you basically have me calming and other people just listening. It's usually about how that goes. Only when you got into a lobby when there's like 3 pros per team. Those are the best lobbies ever. Always popped off in those lobbies. You actually have people coordinating or calming. And it's very smart comms. Very, very high tier like comms and stuff like that are very fun. They're very good. They're very like, they're not really how you think they were. Basically, to be a good communicator at a high rank, you need to be just clear and concise with what you're saying, but you need to know when not to talk. You have like a certain time period. Like right now we'd be talking about like ults, right? Like our main support player would be like, all right, what else do they use? Or like, okay, they use this, this, and this. They have these ults, and then I as a main tank will be like, okay, let's push into the right side here. Let's pop. Let's initiate with Pale Rider ult from a flank. We'll poke them down a little bit, then we'll look for like an engagement opportunity, right? Like something like that. And then the rest of my teammates would have shut the hell up during that time period, because they know that any time that they're talking during this is time that that people can't be listening, basically. And then we go and we'd engage, and then people would call out people flanking. I would call for like an engagement. I'd be poking. And I'd be like, all right, let's pop that Pale Rider ult in 3, 2, 1. Pale Rider would be like going on a flank with it, or Pale Rider would be like, all right, I'm flanking in 3, 2, 1. And then we'd start like we would start like calling something. Like we'd be sitting there and we'd be like, oh, dom, like that, right? That's all you say. But you don't say anything until then. Why is that Jim trying to res or defuse in front of us like that? It's a little bit ambitious. In those circumstances, that Metis could have killed us all, so screw him. Oops. The hitbox on us is so weird. Lots of teamwork with no communication in Japanese server. I don't believe it. I don't believe it, man. Look, it sounds exactly like what people did in Overwatch. NA players used to cream themselves over how good the Korean server was, and like, oh my god, I go to the Korean server and it's amazing. Oh, Korean server. I played for months on the Korean server. It was just the same. Wasn't any different. People are people. And Japanese people even have less experience with hero shooters, so it should be worse, actually, to be completely honest. Grass always greener. That's literally what it is. The grass is always greener, man. And see, if you go into NA going, oh no, they're gonna throw, like my teammates are gonna be garbage, like, oh my gosh, right? And then this Barbatos goes and runs in and dies, you're like, I hate NA players. We're so bad, because I don't know. People in NA people especially in America have a fun little self-hatred kink for some reason. Like it literally is like, I don't know if other servers do this a lot, but like NA players and people in general in America have like a self-hatred kink. It's pretty weird. Which is probably just because like since America is like the most powerful country in the world, every country shits on America because it's kind of like that big brother that everyone knows and kind of doesn't really like or whatever, so everyone just kind of crap talks him, right? And so then like a bunch of Americans hear their country being crap talked, and so they kind of feel like they should do that too. It's weird. Also do that in our politics a lot. I don't really think many other countries' politics would go over too well shit talking themselves. You know? Like imagine if a Japanese presidential candidate was like, Japan's trash. I don't think he'd be a presidential candidate for very long. Yeah, I'm better than you. But yeah, that's basically what it is. It's just Americans have a weird like little self-hatred thing. It's like they feel apologetic for being American. Weird. As if that's even the most important part of your identity. Your entity as a human being is which country you happen to be born in. Weird. People need to stop identifying themselves by stuff like that. Who cares? Like it's fine to be like, you know, happy with how you were or whatever, but it's just like, did you decide what your country's politics were going to be like? Okay. You know, were you whispering into Joe Biden's ear when he made whatever decision he made last Tuesday or whatever? I don't know, man. Like, no. Like if you go on Reddit or whatever, you just hear like, not foreigners, people like Americans, right? What rank am I? Low. Low. We lost like, you know, 4 games or whatever, and now we're down to the bottom of plat. You know? You don't win this one. Maybe we could actually. No, we don't. Fine. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I don't really think Japan's gonna be that good at a lot of esports. Because they're not incentivized to, because they get even less reward for being a pro. Because it's literally like illegal to have like amateur tournaments and for money and stuff like that. You know? So especially for like FPS and stuff like that, where there's not a cultural thing. Like I don't know, for example, with Pokemon Unite, the Japanese, like everyone before Pokemon Unite came out was like, oh my god, the Japanese are gonna be so good. The Japanese are gonna be so good. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, the Japanese, like literally it was like that, man. Like people were freaking out, like they just nutting over how amazing Japan was. And then Japan went and got clapped. And the best team was an NA team, as to be expected. But the best team wasn't even the best because it was a giant meme. Like the whole scene for Pokemon Unite was a meme, so whatever. It was just whichever people hated themselves the most to be able to grind the game longest. You know? But it was like, oh wow, you're telling me like the place with like the most consistent players wins? It's crazy, man. Like the most competitive scene where people believe in like esports and stuff like that wins. It's absolutely just mind-boggling to me. The gaming gladiators, bro. I knew they were not good for so long. They did not win, by the way. It's pretty funny. Like I was talking so much crap before the game came out. I'm like, look, bro. I'm like, these guys are just 6 stacking. They're not good. They're not good. They're not good. And everyone's like, bro, shut up. You're not even top 100. I'm like, yeah, because I solo nonstop. And I'm sitting there like telling them that. And then the like the actual stuff goes down. You fucking kidding me, bro? Woo! Draw! Speaking of Unite, you're playing Machamp with your kid. Do you have any pointers? Just have fun. That game is so under optimized. That game doesn't allow you to actually perform well and get good rewards for being good at it. So just have fun. To be completely honest, you'll probably get to masters regardless. I'm not sure how old your kid is, but you have like you can win with like a 40% win rate. You can climb to the highest rank with like a 40% win rate. They won like 30 tourneys in a row. No, they didn't actually. If you go look at their actual stats, it was like a couple months into the game being out, and they were like 11 wins and 6 losses or something like that, in like an absolute meme scene. And then they started losing, and they didn't even qualify for playoffs. I'm surprised you don't lose rating for a draw. I'm surprised too, man. And you make a solo and party MMR? I don't want them to split the queues because then I actually would never be able to find a game. They need to be making stack, like at past diamond you're not allowed to play in a duo, or you're only allowed to play in a duo. Favorite bands? What are my favorite bands? I don't even know at this point in my life. I just kind of listen to whatever music shows up. I listen to a German YouTuber called X Keto, who just compiles music. She's German, a lady who compiles music, like just grabs random good like EDM trap music, stuff like that. I listen to a lot of that. What else do I listen to? I kind of listen to like whatever song I like at the moment. How soon do we get that update video from the dev team for Gundam Evo? Anyone know anything, or just end of the month? I think it's the 21st. I think it's the 21st that we find like the news, and then 27th it drops. Like what they tell us what's going on. We're back, guys. A second. My favorite bands are Kanye West, only these tracks. Is there a game like this where they actually give elo based on individual performance? Overwatch does until you get to plat or whatever. But no, they should never do that. It's a really bad idea. When I was I used to play Overwatch on console, and I had a 65% win rate on Diva, but because I played a very objective based gameplay and not like a frag gameplay, I would lose 18, or I would win 18 and I would lose 30 because of skill based elo. Like stats based elo, and it was really stupid. Went from diamond to plat 4. Yeah, it's literally like 3 game losses, to be honest. Like I'm at so 5800 flat, right? Let's see what I am right now. 5321. Yeah, when I was like, I played a bunch of games the days, but I lose like 100 rank each time, so yeah. If I play 20 games and I end up like, I end up something like 13-7, or if I go 10-10 over 20 games, I'll be down about 40, like what, 200, something like that. So it's kind of silly. It's crazy considering you only lose like 15 to 20 in gold and 80 for a win. Yeah, because they have a stupid system. They have a system where like there's like a circle, like an oval like this, right? actually more like, it's really more like this, right? And they go, okay, you get a certain amount based on who you're playing with. It's very heavily biased, right? And so if you play with a game with like all bronzes, for example, which realistically, you play a game with silvers and golds, which happens all the time. The game's like, well, hey man, you're so much better than them. So take this giant fat minus 100. You know? And so what they tried to do is they tried to put everyone at, and it was really, really bad, right? Where you couldn't even climb past platinum because everyone was starting off at like bronze and shit. They were starting like down here. So they were like, everyone was down here. So people who were stacking or whatever get up here. And they were playing against people who were down here. And so then they were losing the same thing, but like the cap was like platinum or something like that. Now they're like, okay, start everyone at 3,400 and push people up with these high gains and high losses. And, or high gains, low losses. But people aren't playing enough for it to actually matter. So maybe in a month we'll be able to actually climb to new type. Hate to see how fast this game is dying in 1 month. Yeah, I mean, it's just,
Select the suit you wish to pilot.
I don't know if it's dying, but they're, it kind of happens when you don't advertise the game at all. Basically, the only people that know about this game are people who are desperate for another game like Overwatch and didn't want to play Overwatch, and people who were Gundam players, Gundam fans, I mean, right? And so Gundam fans come out and they're like, okay, well, why don't we all have like, why are there no beam sabers? Why is there no common stuff in the Gundam universe? And they're like, oh, okay, well, whatever. I get to play as, you know, Sazabi, right? And then they're like, well, why is Sazabi so slow? Okay, well, I guess I can deal with that. But then they get slapped in the fucking face all the time, and they're like, well, I'm Sazabi, bro. I'm supposed to be powerful. I'm just getting stunned to death. And they just get tilted. And they're like, oh, the game, yeah, exactly. No voice actors. This game feels very lifeless for like what Gundam is, right? Like, I haven't seen any of the anime yet, but I promise you if I watch one, I'm gonna feel how bad it is comparably. Like, I feel how bad this game is comparatively to what they could have made, you know? And then they're like, okay, well, I'm not getting rewarded for playing. I'm not getting the ability to just buy the suits, and it's typical Bandai, like, money laundering, essentially. Money yoinking. And they're just like, well, fuck that. And so the game bleeds players. You know? And it will go down until they fix some of these core problems, and then they fix some of these core problems, and then they make it so like, so they actually advertise, right? Because as soon as if they advertise, it'll still bleed players, but if they don't, if they fix the problems and then advertise, it'll be okay. The question is like, do they care? You know, kind of like we were talking about, like, was their intention to make a good game that'll recruit a lot of people? Or was their intention to like make a game that they can farm Japan for money, because Gundam people, a lot of Gundam people will still play this because they're starved for better games, you know? Oh god. Right. I mean, they will look at a main character being destroyed by a mass made unit. No, that's not a big deal, because a lot of them do like the mass units. Like, people like Gunting, people like Jim, and they're like finally able to frag out and like, ah, this is cool. But it's just like, there's so many things that lack the Gundam flair, you know? Kind of weird how you have to pay for units when they could have made them unlockable and made more cool skins and voice lines. Yeah. People probably wouldn't feel like the game was so pay to win if they just done that. But they made a poor design, a poor, like... And here's the thing, if you could earn currency, it wouldn't be that big of an issue. I don't think people would mind quite as much. Oh, it breaks my heart that we're giving them this joke for free. This is one of the most powerful chokes in the whole game. Yeah, we're giving it for free. It just feels like a cash grab. Or might be, to be honest. The scale feels off. Yeah, a lot of people say that. No, I personally am not bothered by that, but I do understand why people would be sitting there like, oh, things are massive. You know, things are massive in Gundam. If that guy hadn't inted his brains out, he still kills me there. Like, we push up, please, boys. Like, the movement and stuff like that, I think people are wrong about. Like I said, I haven't watched a lot of it, but like, from what I've been told and what I've kind of observed, depending on which anime series you're watching, mobile suits are very mobile and active. But the whole like size is definitely a thing that's just reality. You know. Doors and hallways are very common. No, which is like they literally like you have to have these kind of things for like the hero shooter to be legitimate, kind of. Actually, you don't. You know, I take that back. Most of Overwatch's maps are outdoors, and yet they somehow, you know, they're designed well. Okay, well, I just wasted my ult then. Good one, gun tank. Whatever. UC is a lot slower compared to Seedwing and others. Look, man, if they'd made the movement any slower, then it would not be good. Why does this primary fire fucking displace me too, man? Complaints match the downward trend in player base on Steam charts. Yeah. Yeah, because people got over the original fun and were like, wait, there's some annoying ass crap in this game, man. Don't do it, don't solo. What was my life? This game mode is so bad. Wait, dude, where did my shot just phase through this guy's body, man? I think I got a no-reg or something, actually. Holy fucking shit, man. What happened to me? Really wonder why we have no maps that are out, or not many maps that are outdoor, nor sci-fi. We'd gotten like spaceport of a colony and fight to get inside or something like that. There's a million things they could have done that they chose not to do. Instead, we have these like just maps with so many stupid little corridors and stuff like that.
Select the suit you wish to pilot.
Lack of destructible environments. I mean, to be fair, there is nothing that's destructible. They should have at least made it so if you're walking past one of those like lamp posts or whatever,
Mission complete.
and you
Exiting launch bay.
you just run into it, it should just break and
Tactical says
fall
we're
over.
doing well. Keep going.
Understood. Ready to proceed.
This will be a battle for the history books.
They made a mistake also in not personalizing things, because something that Overwatch does amazingly is it pulls people really tightly into identifying with the characters, you know, because they're all people, kind of, you know, you have the animal ones, but they're all things, right, that people can identify with. They have personalities and something like that, but like none of these suits have personality. They are hunking sheets of metal, right? And so in like the anime, a combination of the pilot and the suit is what makes people feel connection, right? Let's just say like
Preparations complete. Pilots, begin your assault.
Roger. Deploying.
if people like
Fight well, pilots.
if there was no people in Gundam and it was literally just like, I don't know, suits or something like that, and they literally just showed like whatever, but it literally had no people in it at all and there was no anything, the show would not be popular. The people are going to carry that show also, you know. And so like that's kind of how that goes.
Select the suit you wish to pilot.
They should let you customize your own suits. They could sell color palettes. Yeah, but you got to keep in mind like how many color palettes can you sell. Customization doesn't do very well for monetization. Show is barely popular. It's very popular in Japan. Very popular in Japan, just not NA or the West as a whole. But they didn't. They could have made it so you like a customization option is literally to have a character from the Gundam series, right? Like you could get Amuro, like they're rare, like Amuro and fucking like Char or something like that, you know.
Select the suit you wish to pilot.
And then you have their voice actor, so basically like a character plus voice pack combined, you know. And there'd be lots of things you could do with that, and there's so many characters from the show that you could sell. And then all the Gundam fans would be able to live out their little fantasy of actually playing, of actually like being Amuro Ray or Char or whatever, you know. Okay, where are we? I don't see how they would balance that when they can't balance this in regards to customizing. Yeah.
Wish to pilot.
A lot of people ask for customization and for like the ability to like have packs of characters and stuff like that. And, like the ability to change your loadout and stuff like that, but that would go really poorly. I'm being 100% with you guys. What did I hit? Useless content. Every time I turn around, we're all just dead. Then I'm just getting poked out. A lot of these units' movesets don't even make sense. Yeah, they did just make stuff up. I don't know why the hell Gym Sniper 2 has a ranged res ability. That shit is busted as fuck, man. Well, that's kind of insane that our Ashimar got that off. Alright. Very fun. Alright, time to lose more than I lost. More than I gained. Oh well, who cares? It's possible to climb anyway. Who cares? We'll watch Gundam Battle Assault 2, Big Zam versus Ball. I don't really have time to do anything else other than grind my head into this game permanently. Beam my head into the wall. Metis cable should do what it's supposed to do, replenish ammo / energy to the suits. No. Metis is good. Healing is good. This game actually suffers from a lack of healing. Should keep the range but nerf the amount healed. What are you talking about? What, Metis? This game doesn't even have a sustain issue. It needs to have more healing capabilities actually. No need to apologize, you win the game. Focusing the best player in the enemy team is a good strategy, to be honest. Let's say next unit is a healer, what would it be? I don't know. Let me think. So you have an AoE healer, you have a solo pocket healer. I don't know. Kind of already covered the general bases. They're probably just gonna start making, who knows what the fuck they'll do. I don't even know at this point. So you have Jim also. Jim is already a Brigitte clone. Jim is basically what Brigitte should have been. Minus a shooting through shield. The Moira clone? Maybe. I would assume the next mobile suit would be the Gundam from Witch of Mercury. Maybe. They're not trolling. Could be. if the next paid tank sucks over. Nah, no one ever cares about tank players. It doesn't matter. Tank players are forever cursed.
This is a domination mission.
Doesn't everyone hate Moira in Overwatch because all they do is DPS? Yeah, but everyone just finds things they hate anyway. I think Moira is a well-designed character, actually. Moira is actually probably the best designed support at the moment.
Select the suit you wish to pilot.
She's not a complex character, and that's good. The more complex characters they add, like, complexity doesn't help these games, makes things worse when they start getting too many things. Like, honestly, every single character in the game could have an ability removed from them and they'd still be strong.
Your goal is to capture
Like, they honestly each should have. Like, Pale Rider doesn't use EMP grenade. Gundam could have lost his shield. And or, like, the mace, to be honest. Like, it's okay. He's not too super, like, whatever. Zaku 2 doesn't need a mace. Or Zaku 2 doesn't need a, doesn't need the fucking nade. Like, most characters don't need him. Sazabi doesn't need his enemy search.
preparations complete.
They just, for some reason, decide to add an extra thing.
Target confirmed. Let the battle begin.
Executing mission.
Good luck out
Someone in the chat said, welcome to a dead game where it's either the same guys over or a 6-stack. We'll see how that goes. That's not even my biggest complaint. I have a lot bigger complaints.
capturing objective C.
Area captured complete.
Units down. Not bad.
Enemy unit destroyed.
It's just really tragic what happened with Overwatch, to be honest. Overwatch, like, being so good and then becoming so terrible basically just put off everyone. Because it was so, like, such a massive juggernaut, it became the standard for what, like, a hero shooter is, essentially. And no companies were making hero shooter games because they were intimidated. And I particularly mean, like, team-based type of hero shooters. Like, this game, like, Overwatch 2 came out, it killed Battleborn. Actually, kind of Battleborn killed itself, but it came out, it was really good, and people were like, yeah, there's no way we'll ever be able to compete with Overwatch ever. And so then Overwatch, and so people don't ever make anything, you know, different, right? And then finally, when the game starts being bad, you have people start making games. Like, I'm pretty sure Gundam Evolution started being developed around the time that, like, around double shield meta in Overwatch. Around 2019. How did this guy? I did not see him get up here. Oh my! Oh!
This doesn't look good. Enemy sniper terminated.
That's 3 enemy units destroyed. We've captured objective A.
And then they were just traumatized by double shield, basically double shielding goats, and they blame tanks, and so they're gonna fuck tanks over. When this sort of a game is a bigger balance challenge, but you just need to find the game basically needs to be like original Overwatch 1 after they changed the whole, like, being able to play multiple of the same character, which is just an absolute balancing nightmare. Like, that's crazy that they thought they could do that. That, and then if they'd added, like, okay, if they'd added a character like Moira to the game, where you could actually have, like, a an ability to survive against being dove as a support, then dive would have been perma meta and the game would have been basically perfect. But instead they just buffed the ever-loving shit out of all the supports, and then you got to the point where chip damage didn't do anything, where the sustain numbers were way too high that, like, chip damage doesn't do anything, and so there's no responsibility to, like, you know, there's no, like, value you get from playing a character like Soldier 76 and then flanking and then putting damage in and stuff like that. It was all burst, and so you had to play stuff that facilitated burst. So that's what Goats really was, a lot of it. It was, like, maximizing the sustain Fuck me.
Taking heavy damage.
It was maximizing the sustain while also maximizing the things that could burst through the sustain. Like if you take a look at the ultimates and goats, what do? They allow you just to sustain more or kill things with sustain.
Now entering overtime.
Here it comes.
Okay.
The rest of you.
Round complete.
Hey, channel is growing, bro. No, not really, to be honest. It's actually kind of declining. If I'm being 100% with you, the number's going up, but the actual like views and stuff like that is going down. Title of my stream has you dead. Yeah, man, that's about what it is. It's impossible. I heard of one person doing it, but like the only reason I believe it is just because they're an Exia player. Like if you're like a top tier like Exia, if you're like a top tier like Overwatch DPS, and then you jump onto like Zaku melee or Zaku ranged and like
Confirmed. First light is
Exia Gym Sniper, then yeah, you could maybe deadlift all your games. But
Dropping you back in now.
my Overwatch videos seem to do well.
ready. Awaiting
Yeah, they do. But one, I've run out of gameplay for the characters that I'm good at. So all the tanks is what my strengths are. And so I don't really want to have diamond gameplay with me coaching and stuff like that or whatever. So I've been trying to get some friends to help me out, but you know, I'm still waiting on their gameplay, right? But
mission accepted. Commencing combat.
basically, I don't have a confirmation or anything. But the thing I feel about Overwatch is I feel like I'm getting cheap views right now. Like yeah, I have 30k views in my I have 30k views in like my Kiriko guide, but if you go search like on a if you go search on a whatever it's called, like an anonymous browser, if you search Kiriko guide, my stuff's not there anymore because you have bigger content creators that are like finally got around to making something. Because they're already massive. Like they have like 500,000 views a video, so who cares, man? They get like, you know, like $700 a video, so like they're already set. They don't need to like grind and force themselves to be the first person to put out a video or something, right? And so they don't, and so then you have people like me who try and sneak in and do stuff like that, and like yeah, you get value out of it, but I don't really think I could just like put out an Overwatch video and get like a lot of stuff in the future, you know? You guys get what I'm kind of saying? Maybe solo to new type is possible. Why? Just because there's actually like enough people that you don't lose a million ranked? Is that what you're kind of getting at? So if that's the case, then fuck it, I might try it, because the stuff's getting pretty damn cringe. I'm not gonna lie. But like, you know. Let's put it this way: if someone told me they sold to new type in NA, I'd kind of assume they're lying. Just because I was at the bottom of diamond and I was already getting minus 100, plus 55. How bad is it going to be when I get to the top of diamond?
Enemy flyer destroyed.
You know what I mean? Like minus 120 plus 33? Is that what we're looking at? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's impossible then. Anyone that did it is probably lying.
Battle has turned in our favor.
Use caution.
Hostile units confirmed.
We've turned this around. We should push for a counterattack.
Teach them a
Like I don't think JP servers aren't better or anything. They're not better players. But what they could have is more belief in the game and a higher player base. How do you queue on Japan? You just pick the server? Like how does that work? You have to use their client or whatever? Alpha Diamond is plus 45 minus 120. Seems legit to me, bro. Incentive to learn to calm in Japan. Do they actually join the chat?
Redeploying.
Looks like you don't need an escort.
Ooh, I'll go try a Japan game after this.
Gather here. Acknowledged. Back to your 5G maneuver.
Why like every ability in the game has a push on it is just kind of crazy to me. But is that what you're saying, Arrow? There's just more players, so the gains and losses aren't that bad. Like, I'd actually play against people the same rank as me.
One flying unit's down.
Like any other game genres? Yeah, I mean, I don't play any other games because all I do is spend the last year of my life making guides for this game. Playing some games casually, but not very long, not very much. I just wanted to be a pro in a game. That's what I really wanted, but I started Overwatch late, and you don't become a pro in a game you start late unless you get
The
lucky.
enemy is attempting to revive.
It's way easier to get to be a pro in a game early. There's no sophistication in regards to like an organized scene at all that facilitates becoming a pro in games. You know, so it's very hard. Like if you look at Overwatch, if you look at like the Overwatch League, basically anyone who's in the pro, anyone who's an owl right now is
Activating 5G maneuver.
has been in the scene for since the game came out. Even people who became like, even people who got here recently. I'll even Xbox on that. I think we need more units with funnels like Sazabi to help diversify point control and denial without relying on melee units. I think funnels is a stupid fucking ultimate. Wow, I'm so talented. Great, I just ran a point and got 2 kills.
This outcome was inevitable.
Time to go play in a million ping
Flashed the moment they stepped on the field.
and have my character suffer more. I guess Mars High would be good on ping, probably, unless it just bugs my stuff out a bunch, but Sazabi like will be way worse. Because you'll die through your shield way more and you don't get a lot of advantage out of like seeing people first. If you play a character, you get advantage from seeing people first, like something like XA or something like that, or any sort of hit scan character. Ooh, plus 70. Woo! Let's look up Gundam Battle Assault. Well, if it doesn't have a new scene for me to grow into, then it won't go anywhere. Hey, Mitos, thanks for the sub, man. I did see that. All right, let's go play in Japan. Woo! This had better be the best gaming experience of my life, guys. If it's not, I'm banning all of you. Only ping issue you had in Japan servers was against Barbatos. Yeah, you'll just die. To be honest, like if I played Sazabi on Japan server and a Barbatos targets me, I will die 100% of the time. You will physically not be allowed to. You will physically not be able to react fast enough. All right, Gundam Evolution. Let's open up. Yeah. Stop telling me that an error occurred. Stop telling me an error occurred. I don't care. Just shut the dang game down when I say shut down. You've been subbed for over a year, so you don't know why it says you weren't subbed. Oh no. Strange. You'll have around 40 to 50 ping, and they usually have around 10 to 20. No. You have like 130 to 160 ping. If a game relies on counters, do you think they should add a ban system? No, a game just should not rely on counters. Well, let's do it, guys. There's gonna be subtitles, right, when they speak, yeah. Oh my gosh, have you guys seen that meme where it's like when a weeb goes to Japan, they're like, where are the subtitles? Oh shit. Wow.
This is a domination mission.
Hello, my Japanese friends. Wow, there's actually diamonds. That's crazy, man. Oh my gosh, what a stupid game. What a stupid little system that it's based on, like, that much on who you play against.
Select the suit you wish to pilot.
Oh fuck, man, all my characters just got taken. Let me see if I can get my Japanese thing to work. Oh, I don't have it installed. Keyboard control panel. No, that's the one I want. Keyboard languages. Yep, there we go.
Warning. Enemy attack.
Give me the Japanese one. Come on. The hell do I want to play?
Confirmed. First launch is green.
The enemy has begun their assault.
Starting in
Yeah, guys, I have 41 ping for sure.
Combat in progress. Deploy at once.
For sure, man. Definitely without a doubt I do. Without a doubt, that is a legitimate number. And it's actually not based on some complete random crap. My health pack, bro. Well, they still play gun tank on Japanese servers. That can't be that good then. Rip, I shouldn't have chased that. First one's gonna die.
Area contested.
But yeah, they took all the characters I can play. But I can't play Sazabi on the server.
Destroyed.
I will die for surezies immediately. Gun tank doesn't counter shit. Just counters bad flanker players. Multiply ping by 3. I'm thinking multiply by 4. To be honest with you.
The enemy forces have the advantage.
They've locked on.
You can actually hit him. Well, I hate with gun tank, it's trash. It has no fucking value at all. Dog shit. Gun tank literally is the worst character I've ever seen in a game. Ever.
Target changed to objective A.
Any advantage you could possibly tell me about it, I'll explain to you why another character could be better than that same exact thing. The only advantage it has is being okay for bad players, or for players who can't aim very well, like new players, stuff like that. But then again, it also just teaches them how to, like, not ever have to learn how to aim, stuff like that. Then I got just absolutely pushed away. Wow, Sazabi's so tanky, man. Even the res isn't as good as another res. Rider is a better gun tank. Yeah, it is.
Redeploy.
Decent ult with good charge rates was better ults with equivalent charge rates that aren't useless the rest of the game. What happened to me?
Fight for control of the target area.
Yeah, and Power's ult's better than gun tanks too. Gosh, got hard ping diff there, to be honest.
3 minutes remaining.
Gun tank players just tickle things to death, and then their teammates kill things for them, and then they ult and they feel good. Yeah, gun tank ult is not nearly as good as like, something like aggress tires.
Have it your way. They've discovered my position. Try this on their sides.
Look, if the guy had dashed at me, he would have hit me because of the ping.
Fight for control of the target area.
Enemy brawler confirmed.
Gun tank can't solo things. You only get soloed. You get soloed by gun tank if you're bad, and that's it. Dude, I'm getting hit by like things in the weirdest of spots.
Here it comes.
I am most definitely not on 40 ping.
Capturing objective B.
That is a fact. I assure you. Dude. Oh my gosh. You buff gun tank's damage EBOP. No, he'd still be garbage. It would take a lot to make him better. Watch this guy's about to kill me and be like, wow, my character's OP. I chased someone down who was low and killed him. Other characters would have killed me multiple times there.
Activating G maneuver.
1 minute remains.
Show no mercy.
Fight for control of the target area.
Evasive maneuvers.
Let's put it this way, if they added gun tank to Overwatch, you'd be flaming so hard for playing it.
The enemy is
I would rather have a Symmetra on Symmetra's worst possible map than a gun tank. At any given point.
Fight for control of the target area. Set object 30 seconds left in the mission. Fight for control of the target area.
It's almost over. Hold the front.
Area capture confirmed. Moving on.
They did. She's called Moira. No, Moira does actually do things. I'd rather have a Moira fucking running around DPSing than gun tank.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Yay, we're gonna win because we happened to get the point at the last second on the really broken area to get it in. Crazy. See how that goes.
Enemy unit sighted.
Moira's not really good. Moira's pretty crap. Moira's probably the best or the worst support in Overwatch right now. We're back. You finally got diamond? Nice. Oh, have fun dropping out of it.
Select the suit you wish to pilot.
Confirmed.
Is it bad to not finish targets with sniper, leaving them as repair bait for more headshots?
Tactical says you're doing well. Keep going.
Depends on the situation. It's an option. I would just say usually kill them.
Watch my back out there, would you?
Fan players love gun tank for some reason. Yeah, and people tell me that they're good at these games. Look, man, the servers are all the same. The Japanese people are more Gundam fans probably. They just have more love for gun tank as a whole.
How's this?
Preparations complete. Pilots, begin your assault.
I think this might be my my second favorite map actually, and it's terrible.
Good luck out there.
It's her first FPS. Yep. How that goes. Well, like Japanese players are inherently like incapable of being good at these type of games, just they don't have the experience, you know. It's like fucking forever my shots at it. right. All right. Now they get a free 46.5% because they captured it on that section of the map.
Get me this time.
Is there a second rooster? Nope, just one. I was checking in case I don't know if someone placed a rooster, but nope. FPS is a lot more popular because of Apex. That is true. Like it is growing popularity to some extent, but not enough that it's more popular than in the West, you know. Questionable gameplay from our Sazabi friend there. I don't know about you guys, I'm feeling very countered by this gun tank right now.
Failed. This is our target.
Always talk about stuff I hate. Is there anything I like about this game? Yeah, there's some things I like about this game. It's just, there's about 10 times as many things that are bad about this game as there are good about this game, unfortunately. And this is what happens. Bad things feel a lot worse than good things feel good. And since I am obligated to play this game all the fucking time, I'm going to feel those bad things even more than other people are. So I'm going to complain about them. If I don't complain about them, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Lose my fucking mind anyway, but... Out Warhaven. Take a look at it, I guess. It's not mean to take a look at it anyway, but...
Try this on for size.
Like, I get it, some people don't like, you know, me being negative about the game and stuff like that, but, what it takes to survive. I'm obligated because your career is made up on it? Yeah. I was trying to make a career out of this, and they fucked me over so hard. They fucked me over omega fucking hard.
Stunned. This doesn't look good.
Any nearby units? I need emergency repairs.
Target changed to objective B.
Request received.
Yep, and having negative critiques for the game is good. It is. And it's not like I'm not being overly negative. I'm really not. I could be a million times more critical. There's so many more things to be critical about. You guys don't even understand how much that I could be negative about with this game. Ooh, I don't want to engage on that yet. I was looking like a no mega bull.
They discovered my position.
Like I should have known that. I did know that. Just had to take a risk. It was this or nothing. Wow, bro. I just pressed the button into a group of people. What Darwin did.
Failed.
Like, look, man, there's gonna be a lot of people who just copium and copium and copium and copium. I have on the Pokemon Unite scene, literally all the time. Yeah, bro, there's gonna be a good esports scene. There's gonna be esports scene. Yeah, bro, yeah. I'm a Masters player in other games. I've never been able to be an esports player. Now that no one's trying to be an esports pro in this game, I'm gonna act like it's viable. Like that's what people did. People who were trying to be like an esports player in Pokemon Unite were never gonna be good enough to be one in like a legitimate game. But since there was no competition, they had a chance, and so they copiumed the ever-loving shit out of it. And then they found out there was gonna be like 25k in grand prize for a fucking first place for the best team in the whole wide world, which is actually kind of decent considering how shit it could have been. But even that's not even more than making minimum wage, you know.
G maneuver. Ready.
Who wants to get ulted? You? That guy is very unhappy right now. Me getting that kill on the guy felt a lot worse to him than it felt good to me. Tell you that much. Oh my fucking 7k per person. No, it was actually like if you won every tournament in the whole like esports pro scene for Unite, you could get 20k. Like, it was actually decent. I was really shocked that it was even okay. Like, it was okay to try and go for it one time, but it wasn't nearly enough to be, like, making a career out of, you know? Kind of thing.
Round complete.
This game is super flawed, but way more fun than Overwatch 2. They both are shit in their own way, to be honest. But yes, this game does have some fun things, don't get me wrong. It's just that there's so many flaws that it's hard to enjoy the fun things. I don't want to be playing this character, but my characters I do want to play keeps getting taken from me. CSGO and Dota are the only esports where you can make a living from them. No, you can make a living off of Valorant too. And League of Legends. Like the Sniper City map? Yeah.
First launch is green.
You're doing fine.
Could you imagine a Zarya ult here? I just thought about that. It would be without a barrier, it'd be pain.
Ready to proceed.
That's why Overwatch 2 is going to be trash, man. But I'd rather be a pro in a game or have content that pops off like crazy. At this point, I'd rather have content that goes crazy. I want to be a content creator than use that to go into pro stuff.
Select the suit you wish to pilot.
Come on, man.
Deploy.
How long will I be black screen for? League is more salary than winnings. Yeah, but I mean, that's a living, isn't it? Disappointing there isn't a replay system. Yeah, I mean it is, but we're that is so down the line of possibilities at this point, or so down the line of necessities. No Sazabi? No way, I'm gonna play on fucking ping like this. It would be actually just misery. You will take L's like you already do. Just get killed through your shit all the time because of like the miniature ping. Playing against a Barbatos, you just lose a lot of times because they'll ping diff you, and you literally can't dodge them fast enough. They're on any ping. If I play against a Barbatos, I'll die 100%. I won't be able to react to any sort of Sazabi stun, anything like that. I'll get hooked in my shield by Marisa all the time. It'd be pretty painful. This city, I've never heard about that game before. What was it? Use my rage too early.
Target change to objective A.
The problem with esports right now in a lot of situations is that since it's under optimized and it's not like gotten to the point where like you can make a good consistent living out of it, or like companies are not incentivized to like actually do it. What happens is they end up not making a lot of money as like a player, right? And since you don't make a lot of money as a player, you'll make more money as a content creator. And so the pinnacle of being a video game player is content creation. It's not for esports, right? And that includes players who are good. So if you're a really good player, it enables you to get into esports or get into content creation easier. And then at some point you hit a point like pretty soon in the timeline of things where you're looking at making like drastically less money for being an esports pro. Except, okay. Oh, I killed off a healer to support me right now. I do miss getting healed in games. Just the original Overwatch level of healing, where it's enough to like sustain you if you're playing well, but not too much. Just pocket you all the time. Spin to win, boys. They can't handle this on the Japanese servers either. Let's go, because it's busted. Nizaku range tips: always flank. Always. And then cancel your animation, cancel your primary fire or your reload with your grenade. Do I think you're gonna be able to kill me, bro? I don't think you're going to be able to. I think he was right. I have 40k damage. I feel like I'm doing a lot. Esports equal cheap advertising for the publisher. Usually ends up not making. Usually ends up being more expensive for them to run. Unless I just let it be like, you know, let it be like them free chickens, the ones that get to walk around and do whatever. I don't like situation I'm in either. I need to get my rage up, but they're all split up. Ooh, oh, we just took a fat fucking L there. And the next one's C. Great, we're gonna lose this game because of that. We're gonna get cheese out of this game because the next one's C. And the game's gonna finish there. And I can't type to my teammates because it's Japanese. Damn.
Targeting this area.
Target changed to objective C.
Intriguing design. Yeah, the YouTube, the Twitter stuff is just kind of silly. Great. Well, we traded one back.
1 minute. Objective contested.
Oh wait, it doesn't fully expire. Holy shit. Wait, no, it does. Never mind. Fuck. Stupid game. It is very, very terribly designed, to be honest. I can only get my ult up.
Did they figure out my location?
The battle has turned dark. Area 30 seconds left in the mission.
I need to get my fucking ultimate. Oh, we captured. That's huge, actually. Dude, come on, man. Come on, guys.
10 seconds remaining.
Looking rough. We don't have any ults.
Area contested. Capture 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now entering overtime.
I don't know if I'm able to get there in time.
We've captured objective C. Fight for control of the target. Area contested.
You little bastard. Come on, man. Let's go.
Hostile down.
Mission complete. That was cool. Victory is ours.
No Overwatch character would work. I mean, yeah, they would.
Down.
I'd say today's exploits earned a celebration or two.
Lots of them would work. You already have a bunch of Overwatch characters. They're slightly modified. All these characters are in classes. Just because they didn't literally split them up. Wow, you're in plus 81 instead of the plus 72 I would have won. I guess that shows it's better already. For all we know, the pilot of Tail Rider is Soldier 76. For real. EG. What? What do you mean Tail Rider has to aim though?
Mission.
What you mean? Never mind, guys. Game sucks again. Oh, you're kidding me. I'm gonna lose 100. See, they tricked me. They lied to me.
Select the suit you wish to pilot.
They lied to me, boys. Saku range is essentially Reaper? No. Saku range is Tracer. There is no Reaper in this game. I'll be right back, guys. Give me a moment.
Roger.
Why is he in my room? I can tell you guys that much. Had a Pale Rider, and you swear every time you saw them, they never aimed down their sights, and it was casual, so it was like, it's cool, but they were like playing Pale Zaku. More like they were playing Gun Tank, to be honest.
Your assault.
Target confirmed. Let the battle begin.
Guy's a troll.
Enemy unit destroyed. Hostile down. Area captured.
Probably does about as much damage as Gun Tank does. Might as well be playing it, to be honest. Not body blocking that. I was gonna body block some damage, but then I was like, nope, no way in hell I'm doing that. Wish you could shoot and aim at the same time. Wish you could jump and aim, I mean. Be accurate.
Control of the target area.
Augers, I'm alive.
Reloading.
Target changed to objective A.
Damn. Camper. Could be Reaper. That guy just killed himself with his own grenade. Something happened with Sazabi. Yeah, like goats and double shield and Overwatch happened, so then the developers decided not to make Sazabi have the capability to protect itself in any way. Now I'm playing on Japanese server, so I'm not gonna try and play Sazabi on Japanese server. It will not be enjoyable. We are a Marasai player now, boys. I mean, I might try it, but
Area captured.
Sazabi is kind of trash, to be honest. It gets like severely outkitted,
I'll get you.
like all the time, and you just take fat L's for existing, and it's kind of frustrating. Damn it. All right, sick. Well, yeah, that's literally what I think. Like, a lot of people are literally like, oh no. Like, I hate tanks. All I did was had to play tanks and goats. No, tanks. I couldn't kill anything. It's horrible at tanks, which, yeah, it was horrible, like, don't get me wrong. But it wasn't because of the tanks.
They've discovered my position.
There were multiple tank compositions before goats came out, but they were only good in, like, very specific situations. Marasai versus Roadhog, which is a better design? They're both shit. To be honest. Hook characters, it should not be in hero shooters like this. It's just miserable. People hate playing against them. Everyone I hook has a serious pain of sadness and regret and pain in their chest every time I hook and kill them. They get sad on the inside. It hurts them. You don't want that in your game. They should make hook characters like a tanky character that pulls people around but doesn't have one-shot capabilities. You know?
Let's finish them off. Need a bit more time before my G maneuver is ready.
Yep, when you see enemy Barbatos, only sadness, exactly the same thing. He jumped over my thing, man.
Discovered my
Barbatos, Gym Sniper, Marasai. And getting ulted by any character that just one-shots you is very frustrating. Like, that Zaku's just crying on the inside now. He's just sad. I'm not here, Sazabi. You forgot about me. My ability just gets sad every time. They just literally just get so sad. Even that guy got sad, even though I would have killed him otherwise if I didn't have a hook. And then it becomes like a psychological thing.
An ally's mobile suit has been destroyed.
It just punishes you for not having really bad positioning. You know? Because all you have to do is misposition. Not be mispositioned, but all you have to do is be exposed for like literally half a second and you can die. If I don't kill that guy, I'm gonna be embarrassed. It's just people don't like it, so why put it in the game? Because, oh, we need to have a hook character. You don't. If you want to make a hook character, then understand this problem and fix it. Yep. Like, I do think that the developers of this game were just throwing bullshit in. So they felt like they were just like, yeah, this would be cool. This would be cool. Yo, this would be cool. Yo, dude, this would be cool. Without understanding how things actually work. Like, now we're at a severe disadvantage because we have to push into the spot constantly over and over again. And they don't. He was about to ult me and I would have just died. Alright. You know?
Area capture complete.
Hate one-shot characters. Because they're for lower skill players. Depends. They usually just abuse lower skill players, to be honest. They usually just punish them for playing the game and not knowing how to counter them.
Select the suit you wish to pilot.
But I don't know. It's yeah. Thing. Like Gundam Evolution had a good idea of like bypassing the coordination, the force coordination stuff. And
First launch is green.
standardizing the characters more so that there wasn't as much counterplay, like countering and stuff like that.
Mission ready.
But the actual implementation of it is the opposite of that. Oh, the actually has better range poke than hit scan. Yeah. Play some RX-78. Or fuck it, I'll play it right now. If I start losing, then I'm gonna swap.
Enemy has begun their assault. Roger. I won't let you down.
But there doesn't just, you don't need to put one-shot characters in games. Devs just put it in because they're like, oh, this would be so cool, but they don't understand the consequences, basically. You know, and yeah, actually it does have a better poke than a ranged hit scan, which is just silly.
Allied unit down. Captured objective A.
I am very sad that we gave that up. Actually, the Sazabi, if my team was focusing him, he's just chilling, doing his thing, cleaning up kills, and then he gets a hyper hammer tossed at him, and he should die from that if my team was there, you know. And he's just stopping in the air so much. He's throwing. Biggest hitbox in the game, man. We were doing a little bit of deathing recently. Gundam, Mr. RX-78 Gundam is probably top 2 broken characters in the game though. Snipers don't feel bad even if they're one shot because it's not hard to counter them. That's not true. They feel terrible. Feel fucking terrible. Especially at a high rank. You can't. The only way to counter a sniper is to have a better sniper, because they did not give the tanks resources in this game to dive them. Have a better sniper or be a flanker and jump on top of them, but that's it. See, that's why I don't want to play Sazabi, because you see how like my shield was up for so long, And then I got killed through it. That would happen to me on like literally non-stop on Sazabi. Yeah, RX-70 has like one of the highest damage outputs in the game. It's broken. I never can't do anything about Exia though. Except for click on his head. Wow, Sazabi, you should have just dodged that, my friend. I mean, he actually should be dodging these, but he's actually getting ping diff, to be honest, because it goes way faster on my screen, so he can't even react to it. But like, but yeah, don't get me wrong, Exia is broken. It's just, yeah, you shouldn't be playing like Gym Sniper on a map like this. Yes, you're gonna get countered by an Exia. On other maps, no, you won't. You'll just shit on them. Wow, this guy's getting tilted. He's like, how am I not dodging these? He's like, damn, why am I playing against players from NA? Get out of my games. We about to have some fun here, boys. Ult is fun to use, though. Why RX-78 has a shield on top of everything, I don't know. Even if it didn't have like its Hyper Hammer Ord shield, its damage would honestly be like arguably enough to play it, but it has both. Insane. Actually, is the best character in the game. Yeah, I think it's the best, and then Gundam is the second best. Most annoying classes versus sniper for you is range Zaku, sniper, melee Zaku, and sometimes Dom. Why Dom? Oh, that guy's just feeding. No justification for that. Wait, why the hell did my shield drop? Am I tripping or did that drop early? I didn't press it again. Like there's enough cover and dash in this game to get close to snipers, but you only play flankers? Well, yeah, you only play flankers, so, you know, exactly what's going on. Sprinting cancels? Oh, sprinting cancels, but dashing doesn't, because dashing doesn't. You're so fucking busted, man. You're literally just a better tank on this character. Oh no, I got pressured too hard. Time to put up my shield and just... Ashimar is insane. I just literally sat there instead of my ult. Gundam is insane in general. And Gundam ult's not even bad. You just gotta use it as a zoning ultimate. You should have to use it in a way where even if they turn and all shoot it, you'll still get value out of it, and then it's good. And it's a zoning ultimate.
Select the suit you wish to pilot.
Redeploying.
Round complete.
It's a little bit weird that if I see a Sazabi without a shield, I immediately think it's an easy target. It is an easy target. They have barely more HP than other characters, and yet they have like twice the hitbox.
Select the suit you wish to pilot.
I do love these Twitter posts though. What do you say? How do you say Gundam Barbatos? Like, who fucking cares, man? Like, who fucking cares? Nobody fucking cares. Like, they're literally like using that to like
Are you ready?
farm their fucking like whatever. Whatever. I'll be right back.
I'm mission ready. Awaiting orders.
The battlefield awaits.
Like they're doing what like political groups do basically, where they like put out these ads or whatever and do whatever that's like heavily focused towards their base or whatever, or like the people who like them already. Wait, no way this guy's doing this. Okay, you're a troll. And then they're like acting like they're the shit basically. And the thing about that is like that works in a situation where you're doing a vote and you only need to get like 15% of the population to vote for you or whatever. But that doesn't work in a game where you do need like a lot of people. You know? I'm not giving up this point. No, I will. Dude, don't go with the... Oh, man. How am I going to work my ass off to keep this damn point and we're just going to give it up for free constantly? Pay attention, man. If you just stay on the point, you'll get like an extra like 10% off of it for free. And that's enough to like carry yourself. Yeah, you didn't expect that, did you, bro?
Fight for control of the target area. An allied mobile suit has been destroyed. Fight for control of the target area.
And we just give us 7% for free. Even if you all die here, you get that extra 7%.
Target change to objective B.
They won't get me this time. I'm reloading. How's this?
And BG? What are you guys talking about, BG?
Target area.
They won't
You're
get me
fucking
this
kidding me, man.
Area contested. Objective contested.
I'm gonna lose now because of that. I would have had an ult here, but I don't have an ult now. Game's trash.
Fight for control of the target area. Nasty looking brawler on their side.
Yeah, you guys are asking me why I don't talk about the good things about this game as much. One,
Target change to objective A.
when I spawn without my weapon half the time, kind of pisses me off. I didn't want to have to have my weapon anyway. Like, what kind of bug fucking occurs that you drop your weapon, man? I just don't get that. Like, what is going on within the system that occurs? So much fucking momentum we lose because of this. They just want me to take a pacifist route. Yeah, apparently. Apparently, bro. And then we lose the first fight in the next map because it would be a fucking disadvantage. I wasn't able to win the last map for us. Let's press W now, guys. Let's go. Come on. What's that fucking W key? We'll give up all the time in this game for me. This guy has a one trick. Not a one trick player, literally one trick flyer, bro. All he does is that. And when you counter him, he just cries. He just sits there and goes like, wait, what? Trying to find the perfect time to ult. I fell. Oh well, free kill, I guess. Game's trash. When I want to make a hitbox on a projectile like a normal size, you know. That would be weird. That would be silly. Shouldn't be able to throw that. Whatever.
Mission failed. Awaiting further orders.
This humiliation will not be forgotten.
It's fucking stupid. Game's a meme. Game's a joke. It's a literal April Fool's joke. Ooh, how much do I lose for this? 100? Wow, only 87 guys. What was I fucking do about that? I should be able to throw that shit through there. Like, yeah, okay, whatever. It was an ambitious attempt. Who the fuck cares? The game should work. It shouldn't be designed in a fucking way where, like... This is just simple stuff, man. Like, come on. If I was making this game, and that happens to me in a fucking test play, I look at that and I go... Dude, what? Just make the hitboxes smaller, man. But they probably made the hitbox on the thing the same thing as the collision box. Let's not forget the fact that I just lost an ult to the void because I had to swap my character because I spawned without my weapon. They wanted me to start going out and start punching people. But you know what? I can't even punch people because they didn't add a melee to this game.
Roger. Standing by for further orders.
Like, whatever, it's just stupid. Like, game wasn't quality assurance tested at all. Actually balanced matchmaking? Yeah, for once. On a whole server across the world. And I'm on 180 ping. Yeah, 40 my ass, bro. Yeah, as if. Don't believe that in that. Don't believe that in the slightest. You think everything in this game is like as scuffed as it is, and they're going to fucking like they're gonna make the ping perfect, better than any game that's ever been in the world ever. You guys are trolls, man. So much screen shake when things explode too. Yeah, if every character would make it way different. No, wouldn't. They don't have to do a lot of damage. It's just a melee punch. They're in like every single game. Single game has a fucking punch. I'm not 120 ping either. I don't believe it. 120 ping is good ping for going all the way across the countries. I played from NA to Korea before and I was at 160 ping. Promise you I'm not 120 ping. Definitely not even that good. Yeah, alright.
This doesn't look good. We're being attacked from behind. There's an enemy unit being revived. Keep the rest secure.
There's a settings on Windows to show actual ping. That's a fact.
Select the suit you wish to pilot.
Well, look, man, at least the audio in this game isn't messed up. The audio in Overwatch 2 is miserable. It's like they literally like turn the game into being that one guy's car who has like, you know, a literal stereo system set up inside the car. I think it's great when you're just loading in your skull fucked. Damn, bro.
The Megacharge at Objective A has been disarmed.
When I play in Overwatch, I play the main tank characters. Play Winston and Narissa, Reinhardt, Wrecking Ball, Roadhog. What I play.
Use caution.
The characters that are all dog shit. Get fucked in every game I play, basically. Pretty tilting. Because it will never ever balance a game towards tank players. And if you tell me I'm just salty and that's why I think that, no, I have evidence. The reason they won't is because it's not what the majority of the player base is. Why would they ever do that? A feels unfair to defend at this point. Yeah, it's pretty terribly designed, to be honest.
The entire enemy squad has been annihilated. Select the suit you wish to pilot.
Like, don't get me wrong, I'd love for them to fix the game. That'd be amazing. I wouldn't even complain about it if they actually advertised it still. If they fix like if the balance stayed just as crap as it is and the map stayed just as crap as they are, but they fix like the monetization and stuff like that, I wouldn't mind. It's more advantageous for offense to play even with a sniper on this point. All you have to do is plant once and then just walk away from it. You will deadlift your games by just planting and then just like walking away and then not trying to fight people and int and stuff like that until and just wait for the point to be like contested and then you just walk in there and do stuff. Pretty easy. How you should play this. Why 6v6? If two pro teams are playing and one team plants and the other one, it'll never be defused ever. There's such a strong defensive advantage. I think if they get more money from people, they fix the game quicker. Yeah, I don't know, man. Were the goals for the Kickstarter met? Not sure. We'll see. I'm saving my judgment and all that kind of stuff. I'm saving my judgment on like all that sort of stuff until the next balance patch. If the next balance patch is bad, then it's gonna be like, all right, if the console version isn't like popping, then that's that basically. Yeah, it's like the 27th balance patch and then the console release. But they're gonna have to do a lot. They've dug themselves a pretty steep ditch to try and get out of. Ugh. Who cares if this guy even kills me as long as I can stop them from defusing there, you know? Do they have the IP for a reason? What do you mean?
Select the suit you wish to pilot.
But yeah, the skins are kind of lame. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, they do have the IP for a reason. They could push it and do stuff with it, but they just haven't for some reason.
You're doing fine, pilot. Keep it up.
Understood. Ready to proceed.
Stay focused, gang. This ain't the practice yard.
Yeah, there's so much source material for them to work with. Even like just making more skins like the unicorn, like the cool like white and teal unicorn skin they added in the little thing would be good. But yeah, we're back. Okay.
I'll help you out.
Like making skins in this game is hard. Just paint work isn't hard. Yeah.
Enemy has begun their assault.
Mission accepted.
You never know what kind of bureaucracy they have to go through for approval on things and all that kind of nonsense.
Show us your best work, pilot.
One of the pay skins are like tribal tattoos on the Gundam. You talking about the Abyss Guardians or Abyssal Guardians or whatever? Those look like they took 2007 aesthetic and were like, yo, this is still really cool with the kids, right? And then they made skins out of it. Like an Ed Hardy t-shirt, exactly.
Hostile flight confirmed.
An allied mobile suit has been destroyed.
Well, I have to leave now. Damn, bro. Why do all the doors have lips like that? It's so weird. Again, another small thing that I would have cared about more, but it really is like every single door has like lips on them. They just get caught on for some reason. Because they need to have them for some reason. They don't, but you know, they say they do. So weird, right?
They won't get me this time.
Okay. Dom has no legs? Yeah, Dom has legs. Got banned for 5 minutes for trying to connect to a casual match. As you should be. How dare you try and play a casual match? What is wrong with you?
Don't get cocky, pilot.
How dare you try and play the game, you monster. What were they fucking thinking putting that high ground out there? Did they not know what was gonna happen? You know, recently I saw someone posting in the little subreddit that like they needed to make it easier to or like they need to make it harder to defuse basically. And I was like, do you really feel like this is the case? Dude. Damn. Yeah, they're like, oh, yeah, it's so stupid that there's an overtime mechanic on the planting. Shouldn't be in the game. I hate it. It's so hard. And I was like, please, Bandai, don't listen to these people. Needs to be quicker. Yeah, it fucking does. Right. Some guy lost one ranked match and created a thread on Reddit. Yeah. That's what happens.
Another suit lost already. Talk about a rut.
We've successfully captured the waypoint.
Sounds like a then problem for sure. It does. Yep.
Try this on for size.
The enemy has placed a mega charge.
Enemy unit destroyed.
Even if they only made it so there was one bomb site to defend, game mode still would have been crap and offense favored, but there's two. For some reason. Jumping is so bad. Yeah, it is. And the jump height's weird. Like, everything is so tall. Like, everything you have to jump up into is really tall, so they made the jump really high, and so you just float forever. And then they made it so you can't aim during it, and then they made it so... Then they made it so you, like, can't recharge your dashes during it.
Hostile attack. Failed.
The enemy has placed a mega charge.
You want to get FPS issues with this game? Yeah. You should try raising your settings. Raising your settings actually helps on higher end PCs, which is stupid, but
The enemy has captured the waypoint.
good to make the Kickstarter goal. You know? The thing I was thinking about the other day is like, if this game wasn't what am I supposed to do about those fuckers, bro? Oh my gosh. Like, if this game wasn't Gundam, how many people would be playing it?
3 minutes remaining.
Literally nobody? Yeah, if it wasn't a Gundam game, people wouldn't be playing at all, to be honest. Which is kind of saying something, because usually like the IP hurts the stuff more than it helps. Look, it's a mystery every time I hook somebody, whether they'll actually be pulled to me or whether they'll be like put in some amazingly weird place. Two high grounds, boys. Two high grounds to deal with. People called bootleg Overwatch. Yeah.
Redeploying.
The enemy has placed a mega charge. The enemy has set a mega charge at objective B.
I wish this game was a Transformers game, to be completely honest with you guys. I think they'd actually advertise it. Paladins was better before the revamped card system? I don't know. I didn't play Paladins at all. I downloaded Paladins for 1 second to try it, and then I got in, and I looked at all the stuff that was in the game, and I was like, this looks stupid as hell, and I got on.
Round complete.
I don't think I was wrong. I'm being honest with you. I also don't like high-res games because I like being able to read what words are on the screen, and you can't in like high-res games. Like I played Smite. Played Smite a decent amount. way back when on the console. It was fun. And then you just can't read anything though. The font is somehow like, I don't know, it's like tiny and blurry. That was like the vibe they were going for.
Understood. Ready to
Like you can read the font in this game, which is good. Love my videos. Thanks for the Gundam Evolution content. You're welcome. Thanks for watching. I appreciate all the homies watching. 50% ult charge, by the way. Oh man, some of the design decisions in this game are just so silly to me. Haven't played it, try it. Are you talking about Hyperscape, or are you talking about like I don't play any other games right now. All I do is this. Smite. I don't want to try and there's no point for me to do anything like that. I don't play games for fun at the moment. I play games to try and get a living off of it and try and get to become a pro. But then the games themselves try to stop me. Lol.
starting intercept mission.
Like, look how weird the jump height is. Why are these so tall, man? I have to do 3 full jumps to get up this. Same down here. If you get knocked back, you have to do 3 full jumps and you can't get back up. Like, literally the way that this, like, just the way that the stairs are designed stops you from being able to contest this area. Just so weird, man. Like, it's just like things that like top level players in other games, like you ask like any 4500 Overwatch player like about these things and they look at you like you're stupid, man. Like when I told some of the Overwatch players, some like friends of mine, like stuff about this game, they looked at me like I was an idiot. Like they're like, no way. And I was like, yeah, dude. Like when I told them about some of the characters and stuff like that, like if I told them like, yeah, bro, they gave you 50% ult charge and like automatic extra time if you capture the point no matter what, they'd look at me like I'm stupid. I'd be like, you're joking, right? These games are gonna take forever. I'm like, yeah.
I've spotted an enemy brawler. They discovered my position. The rest secure.
Where are we, bro? Why are we not dealing with this objective? Man, come on. Smite didn't add Jesus as a healer. That would be a terrible idea. Soccer 2 Melee is apparently so oppressive in scrims and slash competitive pugs that they ban the character for the next tourney. Yeah, I mean, not any worse than anything else, really. In fact, I don't really think Soccer Melee would be meta on most compositions. Going on McDonald's run. Anyone want anything? I would like that advertisement deal that Overwatch is making with McDonald's to be done for Gundam Evolution, so that someone will actually find out this game exists. Also about making like Jesus a character in Smite, regardless of all the backlash they'd get. If there's a single person on the dev team that's a Christian, I don't think they'd be too down for that, to be honest. That would be immensely sacrilegious. You know? And then like, what if they do that? Are they gonna put Muhammad in it? Yeah, they just... It's an absolutely terrible... That would be like the worst thing you can do. The best thing you can do is just grab gods from mythologies and things that don't give a crap. No such thing as bad publicity? Yes, there is such thing as bad publicity.
Mission confirmed.
It's like this, man. There's probably some like...
Understood. Ready to proceed.
There's probably like some Indians, or like, you know, Hindus, I guess. Hindus specifically. So you don't have to be Indian. You don't have to be Hindu to, or you have to be Indian to be a Hindu, right? Whatever. But probably some Hindus who aren't happy that there's gods from the Hindu belief system that are in that game. but then again, just the way that they're depicted and the way that there's multiple of them is kind of all that doesn't matter as much. There's not like one single deity which is like the deity, and basically like gods in other mythologies are basically a lot of times depicted as just being like graduated humans. It's why like no one, even people who if people even believed in like Roman mythology and stuff like that nowadays, they wouldn't care about them being in the game because they're basically just graduated humans with powers, and depicting them as a human with power versus like if you were to depict Jesus, right, as if you were to try and make Jesus into the game, it also doesn't work for gameplay, right? Let's say you try to make Jesus into the game. Okay, he just causes everything to cease to exist. Like, Jesus is God, right, in the Christian belief system, and God created everything and has ultimate power. It would all just gone. You know, the Christian God is not a weak God like gods in other mythologies are, or gods in mythologies are. Anything could be an avatar for a god in the Hindu belief system. Yeah, I mean, I guess that also stuff like that, right? Well, this guy's just rolling around in our team, bro. There's nothing we can do about it. Smite mythology is their own thing. I mean, yeah, okay, I get it, but bottom line, putting Jesus or Muhammad, something like that, into the game would have been the worst decision they could possibly make. They would be hard throwing. You put like Muhammad into the game, you're probably gonna have like ISIS resurface and bomb high-res headquarters. That would happen most likely. Like, for real, man. That's what would happen. Tree where people are in love with the Tourney Gundam model because it comes with a cow. What? I mean, cow. How do I feel about them adding suits that are like, or skins that are like a variation of what character they are? They should definitely do that, because they can't put all the characters in the game. You know, there's like 1,000 different mobile suits, and I know like a lot of them are just slight variations, but what was that about ISIS? I said if they added Muhammad to Smite, ISIS would resurface and they would drop all of their actual purposes in their lives, and they would try and destroy high-res. I'd like to see new mobile suits. Oh, add new mobile suits for sure. What's the rank? Platinum 3, because we lose 100 and we gain about 6 usually. Oh, we're on the Japanese server now, playing on ping because it helps a little bit. Happened to that French magazine office that had published a comic of Muhammad, yeah. It. Yeah. That do happen. Happened in the US and Canada too. I'm sure it has. I'm sure it has. Stuff does go down like that for sure.
This is a domination mission.
I think it's ridiculous how they make you play in the same like 5 maps over and over again. We on the Japanese server now? Yeah, we are. Show you Metis gameplay? Fuck no.
Suit you wish to pilot.
I hate playing supports. I will get bored and go try and attack people and damage, and I will feed my brains out and die. More city-styled maps, it helps feel the scale of the mobile suits. Yeah. Except, the one city scale map they did out is horrible, so let's pray they don't do more.
Your goal is to capture the target waypoints. The mission is about to begin.
Are the servers down?
All
No.
friends, prepare to attack.
Standing by and ready
No,
for sortie.
they're not.
Everything checks out. I'm ready to launch at any time.
So that there's more people playing on Japanese servers, so that means there's more people to actually be matched with our New Year rank, which means you don't lose as much. That's the problem, is I get artificially dragged down because of the fact that I lose much more than I win.
Begin your assault.
Target confirmed. Let the battle begin.
Yeah, the city doesn't really make sense. They could have made like a, they could have just designed like a, there's so many cool things they could do. I'm sure there's stuff from the anime that would have made sense. Die, bro.
Securing the area. Area captured.
Very weird match. I don't know what anyone on the enemy team or my team is doing right now.
This on your side.
Positioning is very strange.
They discovered my position.
That's 4 units down.
Please tell me we're not getting at the point.
Area contested.
That went better than I expected. Enemy unit located.
Have I watched Gundam? I actually haven't yet. I watch other mecha stuff, but I intended to get into Gundam, but then I was working non-stop before the game came out. And I kind of expected things to slow down a little bit, but they just didn't. Because, I was grinding 14 hours a day to try and hold the tiny bits of Gundam Evolution sand falling through my fingers.
Target changed to objective A.
But no, the NA server's not down. Gundam's a good show? Yeah, I'm sure it is. Popular for a reason. To be honest, maybe I shouldn't watch it because then I'll be disappointed by a lot of the decision they made in this game otherwise. I'll have new things to complain about. Yeah, I got rolled, kid. I'll be sitting there and I'll be like, alright guys, so I watched Iron-Blooded Orphans. Yup. They butchered Barbatos, you guys are gonna be like, yup. You know? Wow. Much good gameplay. Mini powerful. Like an Earth Shatter, but a million times better. And it doesn't have a time period in which it can be blocked by things.
For control of the target area. Keep pushing. 3 minutes remaining. Target
It'll be like, why do they add barber toast when the suits are better? They Gundam, bro. That's why. But I don't watch anything. I literally don't do anything else other than play this game. So I was, you know, working so much and then, like, slowed that down a little bit. Like, as you guys have noticed, my videos I don't do quite as many videos. And then I was like, alright, well, you know, where the hell was this person? Oh my, I'm on the wrong point, dude. What is wrong with me? I was getting pretty confused there. You can aim Mars-sized thing up? Yeah, you can. You can like throw it at like a Tourney Gundam, just flying above you and killing everyone on your team. Might have been a little bit too much of a flank there. Plat 1 or back to Diamond? We wish, bro. We lost like 3 games, so we dropped down a bunch. Barbatos and Zaku Melee should have switched abilities other than the jump. Zaku Melee should be tankier. Melee should be tankier for sure. And have less mobility. Let's just run down people and murder them. Looks there's no plasma swords. Yeah, be silly. You're back though.
Confirmed. First launch is green.
Are you ready? We're dropping you back in now.
I'm mission ready. Awaiting orders.
Command, we are ready to engage.
Tankier with its hitbox? Yes. And then its hitbox needs to be changed.
The enemy has begun their assault.
Mission accepted. Commencing combat. Intercept as soon as they're in range.
Show us your best work, Tyler.
You would go crazy playing the same game. I wouldn't be going crazy if this game wasn't designed in a very negatively unique way. I played Overwatch every single day for 3 years, basically. I guess I take off like 1 day a week. For part of it later on. Overwatch is fucking miserable. But you see, I kind of have a habit of just grinding the ever-loving shit out of things until I get what I want, but I don't quit. I don't ever give up on things. It's actually bad for me. Other people live much happier lives than me because they don't do that to themselves like I do. Still waiting on this on PS5? Yeah, I'm actually really curious. I mean, more like hopeful, right? To see what that'll do to viewership of the popularity of the game as a whole. Because, you know, I feel like there's some console people who are watching some of my videos more than they would because they can't play the game at the moment. But then it's like, okay, but then more people will be playing the game as a whole. So they'll want to know more. Like, there'll be a bunch of console people who like are now learning about the game and like want to get better, stuff like that. You know, like there's that angle too. But I also feel like console players are not going to be as serious about the game as PC players are. PC is usually where the sweaty people are. Yeah, seems legit to me. But since they're not as sweaty, they don't really tend to partake in as much media, like particularly like coaching stuff, right? But then it's like, well, then we're losing on that front. So it's like, even though there's twice as many console players, what does that really mean for, like, the state of the game as a whole? You know? There's twice as many console players as our PC players, so what does that mean for the state of the situation? But honestly, even if my average views did double or increase by twofold, which they won't, they'd still be low. Still would be non-sustainable.
3 minutes remaining. Target
I think I'm getting like
objective A.
something around like 18k views a day. So even if that increased by another 18, I mean, I guess at that point it'd be kind of okay, maybe. Increased by 36, so we're getting 54k views a day. Which means viewership, I'd be bumped up to like 300 average viewers. You guys hear me hit the headshot on him? Hit the headshot but I didn't register it. Or whatever. It lost out to his ability. And to win, lol.
We need that objective, pilot. Now's the time.
Crash DC. That'd be really cool if that hitbox was a dog. Could have killed him. Hey, done anything that ISIS combo was a little sus? What do you mean it was sus? What do you mean, bro? Please explain to me how that was sus. Sometimes it doesn't feel like Mars size spear stun triggers. It only does it when you've hooked somebody, so. It was an okay ult. I didn't want to have to use it, but we were starting to get pushed, so I decided to use it. Nice. Love the hit sounds of the game. Yeah, they're pretty nice, I have to say. Pretty decent. That's fair.
Redeploying.
Area contested. Objective contested. Fight for control of the target area.
We're on track. Enemy unit destroyed.
Fight for control of the target area. We've captured objective A. Area contested.
Enemy flyer destroyed. Enemy unit. This battle's ours for the taking.
It's kind of weird when all of a sudden you're just running super fast and you don't know why, and then it's donkey result.
Fight for control of the target area. Round complete.
I mean, it wasn't a joke. What would happen? That was 100% what would happen.
Select the suit you wish to pilot.
If they did that, they would literally become the target of terrorists. For sure. I mean, yeah, literally ISIS wouldn't reschedule everything to go do that. But terrorists would attack. Almost certainly. Like you said, like a journal posted a picture of Muhammad, right? Or whatever. It wasn't like a massive, large company. far as I know, anyway.
Confirmed. First launch is green.
Sound design is good. They could definitely do with not having the same sound on
Proceed.
multiple abilities. This grenade, Zaku's grenade, has the same sound as detonator bomb, so it weird. I just killed Marsai. I don't know if I did or not. Probably got res.
Preparations complete. Pilots, begin your assault.
Spin to win is necessary. I mean,
Confirmed.
look, man, if you just played around and just focus out Zaku melee, he's not going to get his ult very often. That's just so troll. He's not going to get his ult like consistently enough to get it. He's not going to be doing damage if he actually focused it. Granted, this is like, dang, bro, come on. I should have dashed. I got stuck because of that. Should nothing ever go through a shield? I'd be down for the cleave damage going through the shield as long as you couldn't like punch a Sazabi in the face with your shoulder charge and make them drop it, and then the stuns were blockable. Maybe, but if you can't, but then again, if you can't shoot through shields, like some of that goes away. The necessity to be able to cleave through shields goes away in a lot of senses.
Hostile down.
Proximal sounds, yeah, they do.
Allied unit down. Area contested.
Here it
Not
comes.
losing this.
Don't worry, we've got your back.
Try this on yourself.
Alright, time for this guy to punch in, like brain dead feed punch into us, kill one of us, and put me down to 1 HP. The two of us down to 1 HP. Please do a NASCAR Thunder 2003 review. Yeah, I don't really know about that one. Something tells me not a lot of people would watch that. And I am not in the habit of wasting my time. I can't help it. Even though I am potentially already do. Fuck, aim down. I think Jim is a better tank than Sazabi. It is in a lot of ways. I don't know why people think Jim's so bad. It's not terrible, it just does really poorly into like Exia, melee, Zaku, and stuff like that. I've been clapping this Marsai all game long. You hooked me one time.
One flying unit's down.
Yeah, I knew he was gonna pull up. You guys hear that? That's the game sense right there, bro. I was like, you know, it's been a little bit. Better, I guess. But we're losing on point because of spinning to winning, my friends. Look, for your own little purposes in games, guys, whenever, like, There's a Marasai ult on point. You need to shoot it. Well, not Marasai, I mean Metis. Metis turret. That was a terrible ult from that guy.
Leave the rest to you.
Your allies are there.
Well, maybe I can deadlift. I don't think I want to ult right now. A lot of us have ults. I want to try and wait and let my team waste their ults, then me support them. Damn, bro. Jim can counter the melee units better with shield bash. No, the melee units just walk through your shield bash.
Capturing objective C.
Turret does a lot of damage. You need to focus it.
Got a hostile nearby. Do whatever it takes.
Just they don't have much HP. Just break them.
Understood.
Who's up here? Good enough. Yeah, there's absolutely no reason we should be losing this. People like that, not touching the point. All right, I'm gonna call stream for the day, guys. I think that's enough. I think that's enough for today. Wow, I got MVP and we lost. How did that happen? Japanese players are so much better than NA players, guys. Yup, they're all perfect. They're all perfect. They're not just regular people like everyone else in the whole damn world. Ooh, minus 64. See, that's not as bad on NA. I'd be losing minus 100. Oh, a little bit better, right? Thanks for streaming. Let us know if you're going to do the updated stream or something in Discord. What do you mean? What update are you talking about? Japanese players are trained from birth. Gundam pilots? Nope. I don't think they are. Enjoy my night? Yeah, I probably won't. I haven't enjoyed the last 12 years of my life, so. The video they're doing in a few days. I don't think it's a video. It's just gonna be a little blog post, and they don't actually announce any of it until the news is coming on the 21st. The actual stuff is coming on the 27th. So. Bane of existence since you decided to main Zaku melee. Yeah, I guess so. Alright guys, see you later. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching the videos. Thanks for donating the monies. That sucks if it's only the blog post. It doesn't really matter. The video doesn't change anything. I'll definitely cover the balance changes for sure. People actually watch videos like that, you know. And yeah, so you take those. You definitely farm those for content as much as you can. You go, oh, you wanted to give me free stuff to cover? Thank you, will do. Yeah, guys, thanks for watching. Thanks for supporting. Appreciate it. Peace. We'll see you guys later.